Well, hello. Welcome back to another Sunday live stream where we fix laptops I don't look at ahead of time and sometimes epically fail. I hope everyone's doing good today. Hope everyone's having a good Memorial Day weekend. Let's see who we got here. It looks like already got quite a few bit of people here. I did put a polls up on both Twitch and YouTube, so we have 3 different machines we're working on this morning. Looks like they're all Alienwares today. I could have put something else in the mix, but a lot of times it's just USB-Cs and PD controllers and things like that. So, but let's fix another laptop together, right, as a community, right? My brain trust is here with me. We'll see if we can get this figured out here. Let's see. The goat is in the building. Let me change this font here. Every time I start my chat up here, the fonts are just there's just too many words. I can't handle how many words there are. But good morning to everyone. Good morning. And I hope that you're going to have a relaxing Memorial Day weekend. It is a holiday weekend here in the United States. And tomorrow I'm actually taking a day off. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I'm going to go to the pool and kind of hang out and chill. Hello from UK and Poland. How are you doing? Vancouver, British Columbia. New caps in the Xbox. What? Hola from Vancouver. Get an HP next time. Oh my gosh, that'd be crazy if I work on some other type of machine. Let's save another laptop, Nate. Words. You guys know I don't like words. It's just too much. Oh, the alienate. Alienated. Self-man says alienated. That's a pretty good one. So we're halfway there to our goal on the new subs on Twitch. If you want to go over there and support me, you can use your Prime account, and it doesn't cost you anything, but it supports the channel. Good morning. So cast your vote here. I can go over the 3 machines we're working on. So we have an X15 R1. It's a no post, so it does pull some sort of current, maybe get some lights or something like that. I guess it does say lights, but it doesn't get past that. The next one's an M16 R1, no power at all. And I don't know the backstory on that one. An M15 R7. That the customer actually sent in a different machine for a different reason, or it had a different note, and then they sent this one. I guess it's a repair shop. So, we have VD just prime subbed over there at Twitch. Thank you so much, Razar. Good morning. Thank you, Razar. So you go ahead and cast your vote. We got about 8 minutes left or so. Let me see how many minutes are left here. I can pull up the poll. Pull up the poll. There you go. You can see the polls right there. So looks like no signs of life on the M15 R7 is winning at the moment, at that particular moment. What can we do for science today? We don't know where we're going to go. We never know where we're going because I don't look at this stuff ahead of time. I literally have no idea. They could be easy things. They could be hard things. They could be, I don't know. So welcome to the future. It's Monday somewhere, I guess Australia or New Zealand or something like that. Japan would be highly offended if we don't repair these laptops. Got pork butt on the smoker for the whole delicious tonight. That's awesome. Yeah, I've never been good at doing any smoking. There's enough people around me that smoke, so smoked meat is what we're talking about. No signs of life. Inject power into the LCD connector. Woo, that's one way of doing it. Senin, thank you for the 3-month sub. Barbecue weekend. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think we almost hit our goal. I think we did, actually, on Twitch. So thank you so much. There was only 5 left, and that was, we hit the goal on that one. Poll, how many gifted subs will Zorazar give this stream? That's a pretty good poll. I appreciate all the support you guys are giving me. It is super helpful. Super helpful. I wish that YouTube didn't take such a big cut and Twitch didn't take such a big cut, but because I'm Twitch partner now, apparently I get a better distribution of that, so Amazon/Twitch doesn't steal as much. So, careful when you probe those aliens. I know you got to watch out where you poke. Right? You got to be careful where you poke, and don't cross the streams. That's what I like to say. People want to see you solve these most difficult on the list. I think it's the M15. Well, the thing is that the M16 R1 and the M15 R7 are exactly the same symptom, except I just worded it differently, right? I could have said no power at all or no signs of life. It's the same thing. It literally is the same thing because it's not powering on. So in general, if I put the words no signs of life, people vote for it. It's just weird. And it's a framing type of thing. So same. To me, they're the same. So you either have a no post, you have a no power. Those are the 2 different ways of describing what it's doing, but neither one of them are actually coming on. Vote hi from a down under. Smash that like button, please. It's Sunday in Australia. Man, you guys are... is it Australia? Yeah, okay. Would you see any signs of life? It's 12 and... Man, you guys are just going crazy here. Okay, so hello from France. Google needs money, so shareholders need value. Gosh, Google doesn't need no fucking money, man. I don't know. It's crazy the cut they take on that. Let's get some signs of life in that M15 R7. So we got about 4 minutes left on that vote. How about the chair? Did you end up getting it? So here's the chair I got. It's from a Relax-A-Back store. It did cost over $1,000, and it's worth every penny at this point. It's very light. It's funny because it's the same color as my old chair. I thought that was kind of funny. Now, I sat in 40 chairs, 30 chairs, something like that, but the main thing I needed was a chair that made me sit up. So it's sitting me up straight into this microscope. So I could feel totally supported. And then it does have like a nice recline feature, but it's not like a big executive chair because those are chairs where you kind of sit back like this, and I need to be able to sit up against the microscope. So I choose no post because that problem interests me. Yeah, because a no post could be so many things. And that's the thing. No posts are sometimes worse, or they're a lot of times worse, actually. Still waiting to see if I get the PC to possess an alien Star Trek style. It's funny. That picture from last Wednesday with Blanche on Star Trek Enterprise? I didn't know that was AI. Oh my God, you totally tricked me into thinking that. I thought Blanche from Golden Girls was on Star Trek Enterprise. Not Enterprise, Next Generation. Sorry, I keep saying Enterprise. Please know that Google shareholders thing was a joke. Okay, old school, you're not supporting the shareholders unless you are. Well, you're supposed to put full disclosure. I own the Google stock. Chair snob. Yeah, I sat in a lot of chairs trying to get the right one. If I was going to spend the money that everyone donated, I wanted to make sure that I got the right one. So I don't know why more people aren't interested in Twitch. It's more awesomer. I know that Twitch has kind of a funky interface when it comes to certain things, so that's the only thing I have. I did up the stream quality. I figured that out. So I had been sending 1080p over to Twitch, but they hadn't been accepting it. I don't know. Anyway, so now we have a full 1080p 8 megabit over there, so it is as clean as YouTube. YouTube's actually getting 10 megabit. At some point, I'll experiment with sending 4K over to YouTube and see what that does. But 2 minutes left, guys, on the vote, and we only have 29 voters on Twitch. There's 77 people on Twitch, but only 29 votes. So everyone on Twitch, take your moment. This is your moment to shine here, and vote, okay? 0 ohm calibrators. touch those probes, hit rel, and that's it. The problem that I have with that, so I can do that, yes, but then it's kind of stuck in that state forever. So, or while I'm doing it, so I have to take it in, out. I have to put it in rel, then take it out of rel, put it in rel, take it out of rel. So my rel is 0.1, and there you go. I do it in my head. So 0.1's my rel. So relative is what we're talking about. So hello from Norway. Blanche wasn't wasn't on Star Trek Enterprise. That's Dragon Ball did that, I know. And he followed up with me and said, sorry, he punked me on that one. But I was so gullible, I don't know. I didn't know. The battery on my laptop was swollen. I changed it late and got some main GPU stopped working, recognized. Okay, so that probably means that you ripped a connector off, ripped something off the board. I've seen that happen many times where just a small resistor got ripped off the board or something. Oh no, did you put the Wi-Fi remover on? Did you put it? So let's see, financial disclosure. I do own the Google stock. I do feel they shouldn't skim off the top of donations. Well, I just heard also that, and this is based on Google AI, so I don't know, that if you donate through an iOS device, then Apple gets a cut too. So everyone gets a little bit of a cut, huh? So if you are actually using your iOS device to send donations to the chat, it shows up a money amount, then Google gets a cut, Apple gets a cut, then the IRS gets a cut, and then I get whatever's left. So I don't know. 4K on YouTube means bigger delay. Okay, so that's why I was like not worried about 4K. Chris, thank you so much. Thank you for your answer. Did I answer something? I'm always answering something. Okay, here we go. We got our votes are in, and our votes are in at, what do we, I can't even see. Can't see, it's too many words. Looks like No Signs of Life has 68%, so that's the M15 R7 is going to be our first laptop on the block. The second highest percentage out of all of those is going to be 32% at the X15 at 18%. So X15 is going to be the second runner-up. That's going to be the no post. And third one is, yeah, no power of the M16. So what are your thoughts about the yellow key exploit involving BitLocker? My take on that is you have to have a possession of the physical machine. That's one. You have to have a machine that has the BitLocker key still stored in the BIOS, so i.e. the BIOS isn't corrupted or something like that. And then they just figured out a way to be able to extract the key on a machine that works. So like if you stole a laptop and then you were able to get that key and then you could take the drive out and stick it into a machine and access it. That's kind of what it's doing to make it happen, because then you don't need the password to get in. So, but it's not a recovery method. So if you think about it as being like, oh, we figured out a way to get our data back if we lost our key. No, that's not it. You have to have physical key. So Nathan, Jean-Luc Picard and his shop is USS Enterprise NCC 1701D. Is that right? That's very precise. Everyone gets a cut except Nate. He has to pay. That's right. And I have to pay my employees and all that stuff too. Although I have it set up now where a lot of this stuff kind of goes to me personally. That way I don't have to give it to the company. And it makes it a lot easier. And I was donating a lot of it back over to the repairs I was working on, but I was losing money on all those because I didn't realize they were taking such a big cut. And so I would like go, oh, we got, $60 on this stream. So then I would donate $60 and then I would only get like, $30 or $25 or something. So it didn't work out is the way I thought. But, okay, we're ready to start. So someone want to update the title? I don't know what mods we have here. We got Sen in here. DIY Dave's here. Premise isn't here today or until later. Who else is here that's a mod? We need our title updated. And then as for Twitch, I don't think we have any. I guess Sen's over there maybe too on there. So you might be having to mod both of those guys. I'm sorry. All right, I'm ending the poll. And then we are starting the escapade. Let's see if we can fix this laptop. So M15 R7, let me grab that one first. Now, I hate these machines. But what's interesting, this M15 R7 is a Intel edition. So a lot of these M15 R7s are going to be the AMD edition or Ryzen edition or whatever, and they're even worse. So these M15 R7s with the Intel are very similar to the G Series 5511. I think it's the same board. So, but anyway, regardless. Anyway, whatever. Words are hard too. Here we go. So this note is not going to be correct. Oh, we had to update it. Yeah. So they sent in two machines, or they were going to send in a different machine, and they sent in this machine. And so the note goes as says has a keyboard not working in Windows. So, but the machine that showed up was actually dead, and he was like, oh, we have two of these machines, one that doesn't work in Windows, one doesn't. So no power. So that's what it's going to be. So we updated our note, put some chicken scratch there, and that's what we're going with. BitLocker got you to lose all your data. I deal with BitLocker multiple times a week, probably 4, 5, 8, 10 times a week, and the amount of people who don't know they have BitLocker is just astronomical. They only know what BitLocker is, and they got it. They got that thing. Their drive is encrypted. So, Senate, thanks for updating the title there. Let's do our little intro, and we'll get down into this. New day, new laptop to repair, and this time we have an Alienware M15 R7. This is the Intel edition. Now, this one was sent in by a repair shop who says that it has no sign of life, no power at all. So in this situation, we never know what's actually going to cause this issue, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. You know what's annoying is when I started that, I had no idea what I was going to say. I forgot what machine I was working on. I usually have to focus a little bit more, and so that wasn't the best intro. It wasn't the worst. I've had worse for sure. So let me get some coffee in me here. Yes, so BitLocker is enabled by default. It used to be only enabled in Pro editions of Windows, and then they started doing it for all home editions even. And what's interesting is prior to them having it where they required an account, that's why it was optional, but now they require everybody to have a Microsoft account, and once you log into your Microsoft account, that's when that drive encryption basically enables, because they don't need to ask you anymore. They can just encrypt your drive, upload the key to your account, your Microsoft account, and it could be a Microsoft account that you just created that day because you're like, well, I don't have a Microsoft account. And they're like, create one at outlook.com or whatever, right? And then you don't know that you have that years later, and that's what we run into is people have to recover some account that they've never even messed with their whole life, basically. So, all right, first thing we want to do is see if it turns on. We're going to press the power button, see what it does. It shouldn't turn on because the customer says it's no power at all. Let's plug in the power. Keep an eye on the power meter. I will put our graph on there. Let's see, there it is. Spiky spike. So we want to see if we have an inrush current or anything. All right, so we can say that the current actually stayed at 0, but then we have a lot of movement. Now, I actually don't know why we have movement right now, which should be actually zeroed out. I'm trying to figure out. We should sit closer to 0. You know what? Hold on, let me see. I was messing with this the other day. And we do have it on current. Okay, but basically what happens when we plug it in, we should actually see the current area that says 0, 0. We should have that at 0.01, 0.02, right around there. 20 milliamps is what we're looking for, okay? And we didn't even get it to jump up to that at all. So I'm going to unplug it. We're flatlined except for, I don't know, whatever that dirtiness is on my line. I might need to replug this stuff in. And let me plug this back in. Ready? So it didn't even jump up at all. DJ, thanks for the Prime sub. So that is I call that a 0, 0 short or a 0, 0 measurement, which means that there's probably a short, most likely on the main power rail, that usually pertains to the voltage coming in. We have some protection MOSFETs that protect the board from any damage. So if it does monitor, or the power management chip, if it monitors it, the main power rail, and it sees a short, it shuts those off to protect it. So that's really good. So we hope that that's what's going on here, that it's actually protected. So that means that we can go find the short, resolve it, and the machine will turn on. So let's open it up and take a look inside. All right, and the bottom is off. It was already unscrewed. Thank you. Thank you to the prior person who unscrewed it for me. That way you don't have to watch any. Did you see the power keep jumping up and down? Yeah, I guess I went to 0.01 max. It did show that on the max for a second, but the inrush wasn't that much. Let's unplug the battery and let's take a look at our protection MOSFETs that are coming into the board here. So here's where the DC... Whoa! Okay, well, I didn't have to go very far, did I? So here's where the DC jack plugs in. These are what we call our protection MOSFETs. And do you guys see anything? Bullseye. Bullseye. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's your problem. That's what we call a toasty MOSFET. So these are set up in pairs. So we have the 20 volts will come through here, go through these inductors, then it's going to go through a pair of MOSFETs, so they're basically feeding through or just distributing the power through there. Then it's going to go through another pair of MOSFETs, and then that's what energizes the main power rail right here through a current sense resistor, and then there's another current sense resistor somewhere else. But that guy looks like a toasty boy. And when we have a toasty boy like that, it's probably... Tazzy sent 5 gifted sub memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. So it looks like Chief and Interesting and Stuck and JD and CYB or Cyber is getting it. So thank you so much. Very nice of you there, Tazzy. Can always count on you. All right, so we even see solder balls coming out the side here. Now, I want to measure this. Let's just see if this is detecting a shorted MOSFET versus if it's detecting a shorted power rail, because this could be a combination of things. We could have a shorted power rail that caused the MOSFET to blow up, or we can just have a blown up MOSFET that is being detected as shorted, so therefore the power rail is being shut off. So that's kind of, I want you to kind of take both of those together. So I'm just going to start with continuity mode here, and I just want to see if we have a short coming in on the DC jack. No. Through here? Nope. What about here? Nope. And then right here? So we do have, nope. Oh, it tricked me for a second. So we don't have a short on the main power rail, okay? So the main power rail here, if there was a short here, we would have a short here. But what we're seeing here is that this is shorted, so it's probably the gate to the drain is probably shorted together. And if you have a gate and drain shorted together, the power management chip, which is a YAR right here, is probably detecting that that's shorted and damaged, and it won't allow it to turn on. So this thing's shorted in the correct way. Is this shorted across though? It luckily shorted open, because I've seen these things short closed, where you basically have it where it just passes all the current through here, and it becomes a wire, and then it never shuts off. That happens a lot on the older Alienwares, the 17 R4, 17 R5s, whatever it takes. Chief with the sub, tier 1 sub, thank you. Gifted sub, thank you. All right, so yeah, I hope it's not welded on there. Now the question is, do we pull the board out to fix this? The screen on the meter is not working. Okay, thank you. Let's see if I can get that thing working. I've been fighting with this lately. Yeah, just plug it in. Unplug it, plug it back in. Is that better? Are we happy? Wait, this is shorted. Huh. So I'm surprised, but it's just the second set that's actually turned off, which is nice. So we are getting voltage already all the way to here, I bet. I want to plug that in. For science, we're just going to figure out if it makes it all the way there. So usually what happens if these are off, then these are off. That's how it usually is, but I bet we are getting voltage all the way to this. We're getting some funky voltage. Play that funky voltage. Look at that. Yeah. Getting some funky voltage. We got funky voltage here too. But we have 20 volts here. Yeah, so we could actually change this out with it on the board or still in the machine. Because it is on a heatsink, it's like the heatsink's underneath there, so it's more or less safe. I just don't do that normally because I'd want to see around the board too. So I think the best thing to do is just to pull this out just to play it safe. And will be correct. It doesn't take that long to take these boards out either. Check the gate voltages. You want me to check the gate voltages right now? Because they're all shorted together is what's going on that particular chip. So it's not going to work to do that. Use a jumper wire. Yeah, we could just turn it on with a jumper wire. You're right. So we could theoretically just take voltage from one and just pass over all of them and turn it on. 100% full power cheer. The BQ chip, rest in peace. So this is an ISL chip, and it could be damaged, so we will see. So the power management chip is what controls those MOSFETs, and a lot of times if you have a shorted MOSFET like that, it could blow that up. I do have brand new ones. Not even brand new ones from a Soren box. I have brand new ones from Mouser. So I can do that and replace that. BQ went barbecue. Nice. Nice, nice. Play that funky voltage Dell board. Play that funky music Dell. Oh, Dragon, that's a good one, buddy. That's a good one. Wow, I gotta remember that one. I gotta remember that one. I'm gonna take a screenshot. That just cracks me up. I don't know if I will use it on a shirt, but that would be pretty funny. I really think that's funny. Oh gosh. Play that funky music, Dell board. Brand new secondhand chips there. That's the Soren way, right? Old Soren from laptop repair school. I have a box. I have a box of Soren parts. Oh, you have a Soren's box of boat parts. Chief sounds like he's a boater. Somebody who fixes old boats. Reboot the router. Is it worth checking the board anyway to ensure that there's no underlying issues? So the main power rail does not have a short on it. And so that kind of, I mean, we can go around and hit all the other, power rails here. I mean, I guess we can poke them for science. All right, let's just do that since we are right here anyway. Okay, it beeped for a second and then it unbeeped. So that just means that we had a capacitor that had to fill up. That one's not shorted. That one's not shorted. That one's not shorted. I bet this thing turns on with a battery. You guys want me to put a battery in it and see if it turns on? I bet it will turn on with a battery. Let me get a battery. Because I'm crazy. Crazy Nate is going to turn this thing on with that shorted MOSFET there. But it doesn't need that MOSFET to turn on. It only needs that MOSFET to get power into the board. So let's see, M15 R7, trying to find a battery here. Here we go. Brand new battery. Here we go. Bzz. Bzz. All right. Crazy Nate in the house. Here we go. Oh, hold on. I got to plug the screen back in now. I started unplugging a bunch of stuff. Okay, screen's plugged back in. I don't know how many crazy wires. Okay, there we go. Got to be crazy to save these laptops. All right, so we don't need to plug it in because it's blown. It's blowed. But let's see if it turns on with just the battery. And we got keyboard backlight. I can't believe. Can you see it? Keyboard backlight. We got light. So this no signs of life actually had, was this the sign, no signs of life? Yeah, there's signs of life. You just have to kind of jumpstart it by putting a charged battery in it. So this system does something. We haven't got a screen yet, but there we go. Here we got a picture. I saved another laptop. Did I really save it? No, we haven't fixed it yet. So it's just a matter of input MOSFETs, protection MOSFETs that are blowed up. Now, does this mean the power management chip works? Not always. I've seen power management chips be bad and the board turns on like this off a battery. But I like to do the old bypass method, right? So we know that if you think about like a laptop kind of separated in different areas, right? So we have the charge circuit, power circuit, we have the battery power, and those kind of come together. And then you have the laptop circuits, right? That powers the laptop. So we know the battery ties to the main circuits just fine. It's just the power is not working. So, ooh, we got some screen flicker. Screen flicker. What was the fix on that? Was that just a BIOS reset? Or was something else? I can't remember. We've seen this before. Trying to remember what that was. Was it the polyfuse? It might be the polyfuse. Crystal oscillator? It wasn't the crystal oscillator. I fixed this before. I know that we one time just reset the BIOS and that seemed like it fixed it, but then I know another time it didn't do it. See, it's weird because it was solid and then now it's blinking again. Now, we should probably just fix the machine, but I'm going to load these defaults real quick and see if this fixes it. But they don't have defaults. They have defaults, but they need factory defaults. This one doesn't work. These BIOS defaults are junk. They're a waste of button pressing. But let me go to LCD screen. I bet if I put it on all the way brightness, it works just fine. AC brightness, okay, battery brightness, here we go. So if I go all the way up, I think it's probably going to be good. It's the PWM signal, yeah. So it's nice and clean at full brightness. But 50% duty cycle, it's no bueno. All right, so we will have to address that later. Let's fix this machine first. We at least know the machine turns on, and that's kind of half the battle. All right, let me get this board taken out. Reflow the GPU. My next step would go straight to reflowing the GPU, by the way. No, that causes more damage. You don't want to reflow a GPU. Don't want to do it. Turn on, but the issue is saying the keyboard is not working. So the notes were wrong on this machine. The customer sent it in as a no keyboard working, and then we called them and like, oh no, that laptop, we accidentally sent you the wrong laptop. So they had multiples of the same machine. You think it's a dirty PWM signal? I've seen this, and I'm just trying to remember what it was. It was either a, gosh, it was some chip. We need to go back to one of my videos to find that. Like I try to mark that down, but if I don't see it a bunch, then it doesn't work. Send it to Northwest Repair. First, I gotta like burn a hole in the board and then make the GPU disappear, and then I'll send it to him. I have no idea how that happened. It's so weird. It's like I sent it to him and it didn't have anything like that, and then he opens it up and the GPU doesn't show up and it has a burn area on there. So I don't know. I don't know. The chip enable on the screen PWM maybe. So we'll look at it. We have that oscilloscope. We can look at the actual signal there. I think there was a polyfuse issue one time where it was like not all the way going or sending power all the way through. And then the other issue was like some sort of gate chip that I just changed out. But I don't remember if it's on this machine. It might be this exact machine that I did it on too. Now we have a problem powering on, charging the battery via AC. Yeah, so now the real problem is that like a dark area? Can you see that? What is that? That looks suspicious. You see that? Dark area right there? I don't know what I'm looking at. That's weird, right? I think we have more problems, bro. That looks very spicy. Or was there something touching it? There's nothing there. Don't forget to take the RAM out. I will. I'll take out this one stick of RAM here. It's one glory stick. 16 gigabytes. That looks like it's something on the other side, don't you think? You concur? Or it's, why is it, it's greasy. Wait a minute. What's this? Is that flux? What is this? What are we looking at, people? That's flux. Oh, look. This, look at that. That ain't factory. That ain't factory. No, it's not water damage. This is a tantalum capacitor. Somebody has taken that, soldered it off, taken it off, put it back on. Somebody has been over here. Somebody has been in my machine changing out capacitors. Is there a short over here or something? No. Is there a short over here? 17 ohms is not a short. I mean, it's definitely low, but it could be on the chipset for all I know, you know? So, I don't know. All right, let's proceed. We have to proceed. The board turns on, so we've already kind of cleared that up. So I don't know. I don't know. Someone has been there. All right, and the motherboard is out. Let's see, do we see anything else in here? I don't see any evidence of anything. So, I mean, this came from another repair shop, so maybe they're trying to fix it. I don't know. All right, so we do have that area here that we want to look at. I'm going to pull the heatsink off, and that way we can look underneath there. We can change out that MOSFET to fix that. We may need to change the power management chip, which controls those, if we have a short over there. Who thinks there's something going on under here? Who thinks there's something in here? Jeff, thanks for joining Twitch. Appreciate that. Came from another repair shop, and with the exploded MOSFET. I'm wondering if they even noticed that. If they're changing out capacitors, seems like they would have noticed that there was a you know, blown MOSFET in the input. I don't know. And it could cause the screen flicker. Maybe. I mean, the whole screen stuff's right here, and there's a couple different components that power that backlight with the PWM signal. Oh, this thing has liquid metal too. Ugh, I forgot about that. No, sir, I don't like it at all. I believe this one does. Razar with his 5 gifted subs. You're so crazy. It's crazy. Thank you so much for that. It looks like Stress and Sir and Damien and Meow and Sags SA0CEZ. I don't know how to say your name there. Got some gifted subs. All right, and the heatsink is off. Looks okay. Looks okay. I like how they really put it in red, saying CPU barrier, element 31 grease only. Why would we only put that on there? We should change the sticker and says or PTM. Maybe just put it over and says PTM only. It's not leaking or anything. Good application of it. We have a issue here. This little pad for the VRAM's kind of shifted over. I don't really get that. Ray, thanks for the Prime sub over there on Twitch. Twitch. All right, so the area that we're seeing the heat is right here on the VRAM. It's a VRAM heat issue. And it does look like a spicy meatball there, maybe. I don't know about a meatball, but it looks spicy. So does that mean that the GPU doesn't work either? So these are the 2 power supplies that power the VRAM. They work together as a team, but you can tell that one looks a little sus, right? What do you think? And 17 ohms is usually right around it could be VRAM. All right, so if we measure this, we've got 20 ohms. What about the input to that? The input of that is not shorted. We don't have a short in any of that. I don't know. I mean, we could change this AL00 out. I have those. But what I'm wondering here, I don't know. I don't know what to think here. I almost want to call the guy and be like, what's going on here? Because this is obviously hot. And does it have a heatsink for that? It does. So it has a heatsink here. This is supposed to keep it cool. I don't see any pressure on there though. There's some pressure on the top ones, but the actual, usually you have some indents for the MOSFETs, and I don't see the indent pressure. So these might be too thick, causing that to not be able to apply pressure to the actual MOSFETs maybe? Oh wait, no, it's the other way around actually. These are the ones that are touching the MOSFET. So those are applying good pressure because it goes deeper. And then that's touching the coils. So I don't know, that's fine. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. Let's just fix this first. So we have to fix the input MOSFET. What's going on here? And then what do we do with this liquid metal? Should we just cover it up and keep it on here? Because it says you're only supposed to put element 31 on here. That's it. It says you're not allowed to put anything else on this board. Should we just keep it on here then? Oh, yes, cover it up. Sarcasm will not help you in this quest. So I'm just going to take this off real quick. I was just kidding. It was a facetious question here. I don't like this stuff. I don't condone it. It's not like it's like awesome or something. I mean, it does work, but this application of it is actually better than I've seen. I've seen some, like all the M series, the M16 and M18, they don't put enough on there, so those things overheat a lot. And it's no bueno. So let me see if I can suck up some of this stuff here. Look at that big slurry. You ready? We're going to get her. We're going to get her right here. Here we go. There we go. Got some of it. See, when it's mixed with the compound, it doesn't really suck up that well, but if it's liquid, it sucks up really well. Take it off with stickers. Oh, take off the entire sticker. Yes, I can take off the sticker in a second. I don't want to flick that off until I have it, kind of most of it here, or else it flicks all over the board. Look how mercury this looks. I'm going to collect all this and put it in a big jar. Okay. That's pretty good. Goop. Okay, so now I'll just take this whole sticker off and get it out of the way, because I don't usually like having these on here. And it makes it easier to clean the rest of the stuff off. Okay, that's going to make it a lot easier. All right. Send it back to Dell to reuse it. Yeah, so they can overflow it on some of these other machines. Yeah, I think Dell's scared of putting it on these machines now because they've had so many issues with warranties. Okay. Clean. So there's a couple spots on here. Also, the die has like a weird little artifact in it. I've seen this plenty of times where it's like a little, it's hard to say what it is. It's almost like a glass looking fractal in there. And then I don't know what the other one is down there at the bottom. So I've seen this, I don't know, countless times. It hasn't affected the machine at all, but I don't know. Just something to be aware of, that they are in these dies. I think it's just an imperfection of some sort. All right, so we have that off of there. Let's flip it over and do this MOSFET. We're going to do the MOSFET. So we're always going to replace these in pairs. So these are what are they? B02 N03s. What amperage is that? Do I have some of those? Can't remember if I have some. B02 N03. I usually just upgrade them if they are kind of lower amped. Could someone check to see how many amps that is? Should be an N channel, right? But It's a 30 volt 75 amp. All right, so I have some B04 N03s. These are 75 amp also. I don't know what the difference between a B04 and a B02 is, if they're the same amperage and the same voltage. And I also have some 100 amp ones. We could upgrade them to some P21s N03s. These are 100 amp. So what's the difference? Ceramic? That's a crack. That's cracked. No, I don't think that's cracked. 75 amp rating. So I could do the B04s, right? And the B02s as interchangeable. Seems like the laws of physics will allow that to happen. Would a paper towel on it? Wait. Would paper towels work on LLM or on liquid metal? It does to a certain extent. But what happens is you want it to be very small amounts so that you don't spread it all over the place and it sticks to everything. Okay, B02 is 100 amp on Google. Okay, see, that's what I thought. I didn't think the B0. So I should do the P21 N03s as replacements then. So ask Google if a P21 N03 is a direct replacement for B02 N03. Glassy chips or ceramic. Or I could just pull it off a donor board, but I'd rather do brand new MOSFETs. Should do a pair of 4s or 2s. So I'm replacing both of these. It's just whether I'm doing it with a donor board that has B02 N04s or if I'm doing it with P21s. P21s is kind of what I've been converting everything to because they're the 100 amps. Good morning there, Ink. B04 is an upgrade. Well, B04s are 75 amp though. And if B02s are, ooh, this is stinky. But if B02s are 75 or 100 amps and B04s are 75 amps, it's not an upgrade. But a P21 is 100 amps. See what I'm saying? These are 100 amp ones. Yeah. Oh, good. This stinks so bad, but we just put some Black Horse Flux on the case, and now it doesn't stink anymore. There's a crack on that MOSFET. Yeah, this MOSFET is blowed up. See that big hole there? And I think it's welded to the board, which is what I'm not happy with. Ooh, there it goes. It's gone. It's gone. Take this one off too. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's cracked. Okay, 4 is 80 amps. Wait, what? You guys are confusing me. I just want to know if a P21 N03 is a direct replacement for a B02 N03. That's what I want to know. Like, can you swap? Google says a P21, often branded that, can generally be used as a direct replacement for B0. Okay. Can be used as a direct replacement. Yes. Okay. So that's what I thought. Now check for a short. Okay, well, we'll check for a short across the gates. Yeah, let me clean this up a little bit, though, with some fresh solder. Okay, thank you. So we're going to put the P21s on there, which are 100 amp MOSFETs, and that's generally what I do anyway. I just kind of upgrade them. This is a little weldy here, but I think we're going to be okay. Overamperage. It says, if it blows from overamperage, putting 100 amp would make the problem even bigger, having it occur down the chain. That's interesting. But if it's blowing because it can't handle the heat or power or whatever it is, because these things definitely use a lot of, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess there's different ways of looking at it for that, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. But if the B02 was already 100 amp, then we're doing the same thing. All right, so this is to ground. We're just measuring to ground on all this. That's fine, there's no short. Now it's gonna measure gate to drain, and we have no short, okay? So, and these aren't shorted on, right? So all this, there's no shorts anymore. That's so out of focus. So, are you not gonna believe AI? Good old AI. AI knows. So what I always do with AI, I don't know if y'all do this or not, but I've learned that if you have to push back against AI. The only way that you can get a real answer from them, from they, is you have to push back. So you have to say, I'm not sure you're correct about that. Can you double check your results, or can you double check that? Or just basically tell them you don't think they're right, and then have them to check their answer again. And then they'll usually be like, oh yeah, you're right. It wasn't the correct thing. Like freaking idiots. Drive me crazy. These protection MOSFETs use higher rated components as replacements is not recommended. Okay, well there you go. There you go. And that's something interesting to think about. So, is this higher rated though? Is a B02, N04, 75 amps or 100 amps? B02, N03, sorry. B04, N03, higher or is it 75 or 100? Do I have to do my own AIing here? Oh gosh. If the MOSFETs are okay. So they're 100 amps. So by me putting these P21s and N03s on here, these are 100 amp also. Yeah. So the B04s are lower, the P21s are high, are the same. So we can just put this guy on here, okay? Skip Google AI, use Boolean. B04 is 80 amps, B03 is 100 amps, B02 is 100 amps, I guess, and P21s are 100 amps. AI. It's gonna steal my job. Oh, now it's saying it's not recommended. Look at this. Oh, no, it's not a P, it's a B02 N03. Daniel, so change that B0 or the P02 to a B02. Recording official manufacturer data sheets is excellent. So a P21 N03 is verified fully compatible with the B02 N03. That's what I'm talking about, people. Although, are these nice MOSFETs here? These do not look regulation to me. Do it for science. Do it for science. Don't forget to plug in the display. I don't know about that. What's the output ohms rating? I don't know. I don't want to get into the details like that. That's like too much fancy business. You just use a 50 amp fuse. That's smart. I'll just use a properly calibrated wire. I have a wire that will blow at like, I don't know, 30 amps. Maybe we could have the magic smoke come out today. Maybe. Maybe. I saw someone use a dead motherboard as a micro spot welder. Really? Because it has the MOSFETs that can handle the power? Yeah, I've done plenty of spot welding, or I built my own spot welder too, out of old lithium-ion batteries and big capacitors. It wasn't dangerous at all. The problem I'm seeing here, these are not, these chips do not look regulation to me. And I don't think I bought these from Mouser. Like, I'm just trying to tell you that I don't like them. I was gonna put them on here, and then now I'm like, they look a little weird to me. Let me pull another one out. We're going to compare this MOSFET to a real MOSFET, because I don't think that these are real MOSFETs. I mean, obviously real, but I just don't like the font. Don't like the font. I don't know if I like the shape either. I don't like the texture back there. So here's the one we took off of here. You see that font there? This looks so fake. I think these are fake P21s. What do you think? Oh, I don't know. AliExpress special. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I had to buy these from AliExpress whenever I was getting them last. What's the difference between a real MOSFET and a fake one? Well, I don't know. It could just be a really low-end MOSFET or a different brand altogether or whatever it is, and they just painted the top. I mean, you see how that reflection is on there? You see how it almost has like a weird... It's almost like a scraping texture, like they repainted it, resurfaced it or something. Right? And then this is a real one. I mean, it looks totally different to me. It's kind of sus. So I think, and it's skinnier too. This one's skinnier than that one. Like doesn't have as much girth. So, all right, I'm not installing these. Are you okay with that? Let's look at some other ones here. That's really unfortunate. I don't know when I bought those. But I might have a few different batches of these, so let me see if they're all mixed together. Let me pull out another one. I have donor boards, so that's not going to be a big deal to go grab some off of donor boards. And usually if I just take the second set on a donor board, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So on a donor board, these never fail. These second set never fail. It's always the first set. So I'll take a second set off of a donor board and be more happy, MOS happy, than dealing with this susness. That's so bad looking. You know, I have a buddy, I just realized one of my buddies actually works at a company that he sources IC parts for companies, but their company, what they do is they verify that they're not counterfeit. That's what, he's like the in-between guy that does that, and so I need to get with him about this. And then maybe we'll do a segment on it. Is it real or is it fake? Today on Is It Real or Is It Fake, did we buy some fake MOSFETs from AliExpress? I don't know. Let's see how many watts can go through it. All right, so let me grab a donor board. And this one, yeah. Looks good. Brand new chips right there. So that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna actually take these guys. And they're not even the same. And I think I have some of these. So this is, see how this is the same board? Let me show you the board print. It's just who made it, right? So this is a, where are you at? Where's the board number? Right here. So this is a 651P. It's a 452P. Never mind, hold on. I take that back. So they make multiples of these same boards. Let me see if I can find a 652P or 651P. Ha 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 ha. Let me see. Because this was an M15 R7 also. So 452P. 452P. I don't know. Well, I don't have a 452 or 451. Wait, 651P. So now the next question is: are those chips going to have enough oomph? Or what about one of these? They swapped them before they were blown. So let's see this. Okay, here we go. And look how much this one's had somebody working on it here. But I do have a set here. So what do you think? Should I take this second set out of here? Properly calibrated counterfeit. Or do we want to take one of these PKs? PK, because we can look those up. What do y'all want to do? What y'all want to do? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's the world chip shortage. What would Soren do? Well, Soren would turn the MOSFET around and say, I don't know why it doesn't work, but now it does. That's the old way. So do you want to know what the PK number is so you can look that up and see if the PK is good? Fake one doesn't have a pin 1 indicator on it. Oh, is that right? It has like a, well, they never really have pin 1 indicators on these. Oh, there's a pin 1 right there. You're right. Pin 1. It does. It has like a it's just all sus, man. It looks so bad. But yeah, it has one right here. Pin 1, pin 1. All right. Did y'all get the PK number? Take the B02s. Yeah, I'm just going to take the B02s because they are here. And they are ugly, but they are here. So these are brand new B02s. Never been used for anything except for whatever they've been used for. I don't want to get these boards mixed up. This is the customer's board. Okay. Okay. 200 amp MOSFETs. Oh no, we can't upgrade those. I heard that if you upgrade them, it's no good. Don't do that. Toasty empty slot. Looks. Oh, what's the toasty empty slot look like with the missing inductor? So this right here is just glue, right there in the middle. I don't know what the story is on this board. This one's missing a power management chip. It's missing a bunch of stuff. I marked the CPU. Doesn't necessarily mean the CPU is bad. It just means I've taken parts from the board. But so I don't know. I don't know what the story is on this board. I used to put notes on a lot of them, like what repair it came from or what, you know, why it's in here. But I obviously had messed with this, but I've also stolen parts from it. So let me take a sip of coffee before we do this. It says they could have changed the caps and didn't have the hot air station to swap the MOSFET. Oh, yeah, I guess so. But the caps are never the issue. Never. With tantalum, I've only had like 1 or 2 tantalums ever be bad, ever, in my whole existence. I do like the look of these B02s. They are very pretty. Right? They look regulation. Of course, can't even grab it with these tweezers. I'm about to throw these tweezers out the window. They're driving me crazy. Then you sharpen the tips or something. Okay, 3 B02s is 1 B07. Really? What is this? Clip from something. I didn't do it. It was already stuck there. I'll put it in his bin. I don't know what that clip goes to. Alright, so we got our B02s ready to install. And they're going to go like this. DC jack? It's not going to be the DC jack because or the cause of it. Most likely this was just heat. I've seen this plenty of times where it's just pulling enough current, or you know what? I've seen shorted battery connectors, where or battery MOSFETs where it shorts to the battery connector. So that could be it too. The charge, or the comeback MOSFET, Soren would call it. So we could check that and make sure we're not getting 19 volts to the battery terminal. Because the laptop would run on the battery automatically, and it would run on the charger separately unless it blows out the input MOSFETs. Okay, come on. Oh yeah, this is the one that was all burnt, so it's not going to sit down the same. I have to press down hard. Okay. Get a good connection. Now this one, because of it having, it's almost like, it almost felt like sandpapery underneath because of the kind of charred MOSFET to the, or welded. So I may add a little bit of solder to the back side of this just in case. Just to make sure we have enough connection. because it does seem like it's almost floating here. Now we do have a big pad, but yeah, it does seem a little floaty here. So, because it's as low as I could get it, I pressed down really hard. I bought an SSD from Amazon 3 months ago. That was a fake. Oh my gosh, everything's fake, 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 fake. No wonder these manufacturers want to go after all these people who are cloning stuff. We're just going to add a little bit of flux here. Just a little bit of, I mean, not flux, solder. Solder? Solder? Oh, I can't say it still. You guys are writing big words, sentences there. That's a little hard for me. Keep it simple. I can't get this in here. I might have to add more solder here. Can't do it. Be back checking on football. Sold her. I know, you have to say sold her. But it makes me want to say it like somebody said I sounded like I had a Boston accent when I was trying to. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this off here. I'm going to reseat this thing. That thing came off way too easy. I'm going to add plenty of sold her underneath it. Let's see if I can get it to sit better. It's just like, it's like crunchy under here. Crunchy. It's like I might need to grind it down. Why is so much more work? All right, I'm going to try out the new Black Horse solder wick. Black Horse sent me some solder wick. I'm trying it out here. Let's see how that works. Don't know much about it. Black Horse Flux. Okay. And I hear Black Horse is going to make a candle. Oh, I love it. So funny. John Wick. All right, this is kind of scraping it away better. Because I'm just trying to get it as flat as possible. Okay, that might be better. Yeah, it's just like hard. It's hard. Maybe I should grind it just a little bit. I don't wanna grind it. Put some super glue under it. Some hot glue will do it. If we put hot glue under here, it would stay in place for about 20 seconds until it got hot and melted itself. Because it's in the name. The name you know. Air testing. Okay, I'm just going to flatten this down. And you see all the shavings? I love it when it goes everywhere. It's my favorite. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do here. I don't know. Is there another way I can catch the shavings easier? Just stick to the flux. I can just pick it up that way, I think. So what I'm doing, because the chip that was on here, the MOSFET, it was completely welded here, and it actually left pieces of the old chip attached here or adhered here. I'm having to kind of grind it down flatter because I was not able to get that to sit properly. Flux with suction. Put a small vacuum, but it's like hard. I don't know. Can I vacuum it up somehow? I was just going to put a chem pad down with some alcohol. See if I can pick it up like that. Solid metal. At least it's not liquid metal, right? There we go. Mouser Electronics in the UK. Mouser, the UK has them? What? Like, I always try to order from Mouser because I get it next day delivery on Mouser. But I haven't tried different countries. Huh, that's interesting. Sometimes you gotta strip the board. Soren would just drill it. He would just drill a hole right through it. Use a mechanical M35 clear nano flux to catch the shavings. Oh, mechanic M35. So I have something like that, I feel like. The clear stuff. Oh, that looks much better. Looks much better. Muy bettero. New Prime sub from Buck Operator. Thank you. All right. Where'd my chip go? Is this it? Is this my good one? Yes, it's my good one. Goes here like that. All right, let's get this installed, see if this fixes it. Are we having fun? So I can put the polarizer on for you. I didn't realize y'all aren't getting a good view here. Drill, baby, drill. No! NF flux would work. I guess it's good as a cleaner. Mucho bettero. I don't know. My bad Spanish here. Ah, yes. I like this much better for sure. Okay, so I'm going to press it down, squeeze out the excess. It is actually laying flat now. Before it wasn't. Before it was kind of floating. That means we would have an issue in the future because it's going to have like a really kind of thin contact and probably end up arcing at some point and causing more heat and desoldering itself and all that good jazz. So, okay. It's not solder, it's a lead alloy. Okay. Well then maybe I can just say that. Let me go ahead and put some more lead alloy on here. Yeah, that might be easier to pronounce actually. Thank you for that. So Russ is going to convert me into a lead alloy terminology man. Okay. All right, so that's good. Brand new. Might need to clean a little bit more. Hat. Resub for 2 months. Thank you so much. Thanks for the support. Bourbon flux. That's right. We still need some bourbon flux. That would be nice. Be very nice. Okay, so what's the plan of action next? So we're going to check to see if it works, right? Okay, that's the next step. What about... Okay, so if we're going to use our detective brains, right? We know this came from a repair shop. We know that someone else has looked at it, right? Okay. We saw this one area was kind of dark here. We did equate it to being on the backside of our VRAM, but the machine did post. It gave us a picture, but we are getting flickering screen. The GPU wouldn't necessarily be on, but it could be on. It could be actually making that display if it had it as primary use. But the other thing I'm thinking of is like, well, there was some soldering going on here too that was actually could have caused that discoloration. Why were they soldering where they just didn't know what was going on? They were just measuring stuff at random and going, oh, there's, you know, there's a 17 ohm short, let's remove this, let's take it off, put it back on, let's see if that results, or whatever, you know. The other thing is I just want to figure out if we are getting a complete signal, or if we're getting the correct voltage to the battery terminal, because sometimes you'll have a short where you have high voltage or the battery charger voltage going straight to the battery. So let me do that first, actually. I just want to make sure we're not getting the wrong voltage to the battery terminal. So let's find a charger plug. Got my bag of jacks. Do you have a bag of jacks? I got a bag of jacks right here. And just dig until you find a jack that fits. One of these days, you'll find a jack that fits. I don't know why I have so many of these. Those are the same. All these jacks here. You can't see what I'm doing, but those are all M16, M18 jacks. Ah, here it is. I can see it. Here's the jack I need. The bag of jacks. Here it is. All right. So plug that jack in. You need a box of jacks. A jack in the box. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. You guys, you get me. I mean, it's fantastic. Okay, all right, I'm just gonna plug this in and we'll take some measure. Did we lose light? I feel like I got darker. There we go. Exposure, ISO is the key on that one. Sorry about that. All right, let me plug this in. Keep an eye on the power meter. And let's see, we'll reset that. Okay, ready? Magic smoke. Do you guys want microscope so then you can see if it explodes? You want thermal camera? See if it explodes. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's powering on. We are pulling current. So I'm going to unplug it. So we did see it actually spike up to about, looks like 1.91 amps. That probably means the CPU is turning on. Now the next question is, are we getting the correct voltage to the battery terminal? I just want to make sure we're not getting crazy voltage over here, because I've seen that on this machine. So I'm just going to measure right here in voltage mode while I plug it in. So get ready. 3, 2, 1. Oops, 3, 2, 1. And voltage looks fine. It didn't spike up really high or anything like that. If it was shorted and just sending 20 volts there, we would have 20 volts on there. So whenever the battery's connected there, then it will regulate and send the power there correctly. Last thing I want to do is I want to boot this thing up under the thermal camera. And I just want to make sure that we see the GPU coming on properly and the VRAMs heating up properly, because we have some crazy thermal issue or heat licking stuff going on. So let me get the thermal camera turned on. I did not set that up before the stream, so give me a second here. Bear with me. Thermal camera is your finger. That's a good one. All right, so I have a thermal camera just set up here under my, I have 2 of them actually. I have my P1, thermal, what is it? Floor 1 Pro. I have a Floor 1 Pro and a P2 Pro, Thermomaster P2 Pro. So both of them are on here, and I can just move the wire. I don't know if you can see that or not. Let's see. You can't. Here we go. So right now I have it plugged into my P2 Pro, which is mounted here, and then I can just unplug this and move it over and plug it into the Floor 1 Pro and be able to view both of those. So, and then I just have it casting over through an app on my phone. There it is. And then this is only because I have it plugged in charging. At the same time, I got to unplug my charger while it's charging, or else it does that distortion on the P2 Pro. Okay, so thermal camera is on. Power meter's up. So what I want to see now is I just want to make sure that we have the CPU coming on here, and then the GPU's here. This is what was getting really hot, supposedly, right? On the other side of the board, this is going to be the VRAM. So we want to see the VRAM come on. This is the VRAM modules are here. We should have the cores coming on here. We should have these cores coming on here. I want everything to kind of just be on, but just very uniform. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So CPU's on. These look good. Those look good. Those look good. We just we'll pay attention to this as long as we don't get it too hot. But all that looks very uniform, and even the VRAM doesn't look too hot. So I'm okay with that. Okay. So looks good. Rest in peace, PCH. Flirting with the FLIR. Yes, the FLIR and the. I actually use the FLIR a lot, but it has a lot of reflections, and so I had to switch back to the P2 Pro. Okay. All right, let me put the heatsink back on. So we're going to go ahead and do a test and make sure everything's working. I smell bacon, see? Let me get this cleaned off of here. This liquid metal, and I'll straighten out that pad. So this is the leftover liquid metal that's on this side. Ooh, do I feel measles? Or is it just hard? Yep, it's like hard. It's crazy. Used ham slice as heat sink. Who's done that? Cook some bacon? That'd be nice. Did what's his name do that? That one guy who does all the crazy heat sink things? Chad has a great idea. To smell bacon in the morning. That would work though. 60 degrees C or 70, 80. Definitely. You can cook some bacon with that. Don't forget about the screen flicker. Yeah, we'll have to address that once we get it back together. And maybe, no, the issue's not going to be fixed most likely. But we can look at it while it's actually together on that, luckily, because of the way that that circuitry is set up. Actually, we'll look at where the circuit is. I want to make sure I'm not lying about that. Let me straighten this out too. Should it be plated? Electro boom, what? Okay, here. Peel this off. Just gonna slide it over just a little bit. Straighten it out. Probably end up putting a new pad on. Yeah, I'm gonna end up putting a new pad on. This looks like a 0.5 millimeter. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Actually, I'm closed tomorrow. We'll do that on Tuesday. All right, this will get us close. I'm going to take this off, actually. It's just crumbling. All right, I'll have to replace that later. It's not going to hurt anything right this second. Electro Boom is hilarious. Is that, oh, is that his name? Electro Boom? No, that's not right. Like, it's like Cheesy or something like that. I can't remember his name that I'm thinking of. I was going to say new pad. Yeah, it definitely needs a new pad. Whenever we're doing testing, I just kind of throw stuff together real quick and then we deal with it later when we're doing a full cleanup, the works at the end. So that's why I'm not even really worried about all this stuff, but I should have just left that pad as it is at the moment. Put a normal thermal paste or liquid metal. So I never put liquid, I don't even own liquid metal. So I will never put liquid metal back on it. It's going to be PTM, but when for testing, we always just do thermal paste. Check the screen connector, right? And you check the screen connector. I don't think it's a screen connector. Usually when you have flickering, it's not change screen connector. And then the BIOS reset thing only works if you have factory defaults. So it doesn't work if you do BIOS defaults because that's just kind of like whatever you set it as. So, and we saw that it didn't have factory defaults, so the BIOS reset thing is not going to work. But I've also seen on these, we had a polyfuse that goes bad, so I just need to check that. We're going to check the oscilloscope. We'll see if we have any noise on the line on the PWM signal, which I have seen that, or a bad diode maybe. So here's our polyfuse. It's a nice big fatty. Big fat guy right there. And then our, got a double, let's see, there's a diode. I can't point at anything here. Focus. Oh wait, you saw LM flying towards the GPU on the heatsink side. Ooh. I hope not. I can pull it apart and take a look at that in a second. All right, so we have, this is where the 19 volts will come in. And then our PWM signal will probably be coming through one of these guys here. This is our 3.3. This is our 19 volts, I believe. So you can kind of see the big fat traces on it. So you're going to have 19 volts that powers the backlight on those 3 pins. Then you're going to have a 3.3. This is a big 3.3 that powers the LCD screen itself, like the circuit board. And then we'll have a PWM signal probably on one of these guys that basically does the brightness. And then here's a fuse here. That's probably for the camera or alien head. I really can't remember if it was this guy or something like that. So we will see. So we can measure that with it on. Let me flip it over and just see if there's anything else on this side that we can look at. Yeah, we have diode. I don't know what that is. All right, let's just get it installed and take a look. Maybe it did resolve itself by fixing that MOSFET for all I know. Screen connector, dry contacts. It's not generally like that. We can look down the connector too. It's not generally like that. We can actually press down on the connector to kind of really press it tighter, but I guess if someone's been messing with this. I mean, it looks fine too. You see how like it's flat? It doesn't have like a bowing effect where it's like pulling itself away and like a cupping or anything like that. So it looks okay. Yeah, so I think it's going to be a signal thing where it has like some sort of dirty signal somewhere. So that's what we're just going to test in a second. All right, let me get it installed. And we want to see if it charges the battery, and we want to see if it powers. Right, because the power management chip could still be bad, but it doesn't look like it because the board did start up, and we did get all of our power rails up because the GPU and CPU and all that stuff was turning on. My power button board, I did not put that on there. I gotta put the power button board on here. Oh, Mr. Yeasty, there it is. That's the guy. That's what I'm talking about. So Mr. Yeasty, we should have him do bacon cooking. Yeah, so if you've seen Mr. Yeasty, he's always putting stuff on CPUs. He's like, can you cool a CPU with toothpaste or something like that, you know? Mr. Yeasty. Camera has a fuse as well. Yeah, that's interesting that anything it's like that plugs into the screen usually has a fuse somewhere. And the camera connector is further away. It's like way over here. So like they have it where here's where the screen plugs in, the alien head here, and that's on one cable, and then it has a separate cable that comes over here to the camera, and that's on the daughter board. Biz, thanks for the Prime sub there. Appreciate it. Preach. That's the dude that sent a resin-filled laptop to Andy over at Salem Techsperts. That's correct. Where everything was like sealed together, like as a big resin ball. Joey just raided us with 158 people. Welcome, Joey and the Raiders. Hope you had a good stream over there. Today, right now, we're working on an Alienware M15 R7. It's the Intel edition. It had no sign of life. But when we were able to get it to actually turn on by just hooking a battery into it, so we actually saw that we had input MOSFET. One of them was actually blown up, and so we were able to change that out. The board seems to be powering on now off the charger. We're about to test it. We're in the phase of actually testing it, but we are having to investigate a couple other things because whenever we did get the turn on battery, it had flickering screen, so we don't know if that's an issue or what. But if this is your first time here, I actually do these streams twice a week. I don't look at these machines ahead of time, so I'm always doing board repair. And I try to figure out the stuff on the fly right in front of you. And so I do it Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central and Sunday at 9 a.m. Central. So, but welcome, guys. Welcome. All right, so let's see if this thing's going to post. Thanks for all those follows coming in. All right. We should start with the battery plugged in. I'm actually going to use his battery since we know my battery works. I just want to see if his will charge up. Hello, hello. So we are in the stage of trying to figure out if it actually powers on. We did plug it in underneath the thermal camera. We did see signs of life coming through the thermal camera, but we don't know if it's actually going to charge the battery and things like that. And then we don't know if we have a screen flicker still, which is going to have to be a PWM issue on the screen or some other issue. All right. So I got enough screws in there. All right, so let me reset the power meter. All right, so keep an eye up here. You can see our power meter, and we'll just see how much current it pulls when we plug it in. So 0.09, okay, 0.8, 1 point, and so we're up to 2 amps. So it does power on automatically because it's going through a CMOS reset. So we should have keyboard backlight. We do. We have the alien head here, so it is pulling current. This will go through a couple stages of the boot up process for a CMOS reset, so it's going to turn on, turn off. And we do have picture. I can't believe. So I saved another laptop, and it actually seems stable, but pay attention because sometimes it will be stable at first, and then we'll go to the flicker afterwards. So we just need to figure out if we are having an issue with the screen still, or if that has been resolved. And it may be a matter of it being at full brightness and not being at full brightness is where the flicker comes in. And so that's when we're going to have to break out the oscilloscope and start looking at that stuff. So, all right, so we do have it on. I'm going to go in the BIOS. We want to see if it's charging the battery or not. And battery's at 0, but it does say charging state, but it's at fair, okay? So So it means that the battery is end of life, but it's at 0 charge at the moment because it's probably been sitting dead for a long time. It says this is in charging state. We don't know what that means. We can't tell if it's actually charging. We're looking at the current here. We can actually see that we have 4.6 something amps. If we boot into diagnostics, we can actually see the current flow going in the battery. That's what I want to do, but before we do that, let's pay attention to the screen. I'm going to come over here to our screen test, and let's see if we get flicker if we do this. And we are still getting a flicker if I dim it. So at lower brightnesses, we are getting a flicker. All right? So that is something we have to address. And we could try loading defaults. I've seen this in the past. If we load a BIOS default, it fixes it. Now, there's not really much in here to load because normally it's a factory defaults I like to load to fix that, but we can load these BIOS defaults and see what that does. It's probably not going to fix it, but we will see. We have evidence of a live alien. That's right, cyber. Laptop conquered. I don't know if it's conquered yet. We will see. We will see. I have to kind of figure out, it does sound like a PWM signal. It does sound like a lot of times it's like a diode or something like that in line on there. Or it's the actual voltage coming from the polyfuse. So I'm going to go back to the screen brightness again and just dim it. And it's still flickering. I mean, it's not actually flickering that bad, but it is flickering for sure. Let me put in the diagnostics and see what that looks like when we do that. I just want to see if we are getting a charging of the battery and all that. Changed both MOSFETs. So the input MOSFETs, we changed both of them. A second screen does the same thing. Wait, why is it? It's not posting now. And I exited out of the BIOS and it turned right back on. Normally it would shut off. Halfway wins today. No, I don't want a halfway win. I want a full win. Now we're done posting or what? Are we done? The battery was already at 1%. You saw that? Okay, I didn't see that. Damn it, Jim. Damn it. Yeah, Mouser Electronics in the UK has the MOSFETs. So it's a BSC, which is a in-channel 30 watt 100 amp. Okay, so it's a different brand though. It's not going to be the EM chips, right? Well, is that it? Are we done? Now it's a no post? Taking the weekend off? I'm not taking the weekend off. I'll take tomorrow off for Labor Day. My first day off in a long time. Okay, so it's not turning on. Well, let me hold down the power here. Let's turn it back on. There we go. It's posting again. Let me see if I can boot. That'd be crazy if I bricked it. Loading those BIOS defaults bricked it. You killed another laptop. Captain, it's the dilithium crystals. Come on. Okay. So now we're booting in the diagnostics, which allows me to see a lot more about the battery and the system. And the screen looks fine right now because I think it's on full brightness. But I suspect if I dim it, it will actually have issues. And I'm just trying to conquer one thing at a time, so I just want to make sure our battery, the battery has 221 charge cycles, and it's washed out on the screen for you, but 221 charge cycles, that's a lot. But it is relatively charged to 4%, and we do have 1.7 amps going in the battery. So the battery is working, so we did fix the charge circuit, we did fix the power on circuits, the machine is halfway fixed. It is there, it's coming along. So I'm going to dim the screen now and see if it flickers. So we'll just do FN 10. Of course, it's not allowing me to dim it outside of Windows. So let me go back in the BIOS and we'll dim it, and then we will. Oh, Labor Day. Did I say? No, it's Memorial Day. It's not Labor Day. It's Memorial Day. Yeah, Monday is Memorial Day. Labor Day is like at the end of summer, and Memorial Day is at the starting of summer. But yeah, tomorrow is Memorial Day, and everyone is off. We're closed. I'll be at the pool. Put my feet up. Fixing laptops. Saving laptops at the pool. All right. So it is flickering. So I'm going to keep it like this. Let me see if it does stay flickering whenever, or if the lid stays on or light stays on. All right. So it's staying on when I shut the lid. So we can flip it over, and I'm just going to take some measurements over here. And that way we can kind of see if we can notice anything going on that's a little bit suspicious. So here's our power circuit for the LCD screen. And so there's our big poly fuse. We should have our 3.3 over here. Let me find a good ground. So this should be our 20 volts from the charger, 19.6. I just want to see if we have different voltage on either side. Sometimes you'll have a voltage discrepancy across a poly fuse like this, and that looks fine. And then the next thing we want to measure is our voltage over here at the pin itself. But don't cross the streams, people. Don't you do it. 19.6, same measurement there. And then this should be our 3.3 that powers the control board on the screen itself. 3.3, very nice. Now, which pin is the PWM? I believe it's over here, and we're not going to be able to see anything with our probe. So let me pull up a board view on this. I don't know if I have this board view though. It's an LA651. Let me see what we can find. 651P. So let me pull up my board views. So if we can figure out which one's the PWM signal that controls the brightness, then that will help us out. .651P. Ooh, look at that. We got one. We got one. All right, so this LCD connector is here. I guess we're in this other orientation, so I'll flip this around so we're better. So here's our big poly fuse. That was that 20 volt line, but we're measuring 19.6 in this area. And our 3.3 was this lines, all right, coming here. And so our brightness is BL power, let's see, where is it at? LCD monitor, data, clock. I've done that. This is the run. This is the muxing chip. I've changed this out before to fix this, but this is the muxing chip. But I can't remember. So that's enable backlight. So here's our PWM. So this is the signal we want to check. It's right here on pin 22. Let's see a good way of finding that instead of counting 22. So R5. Let's just see. It's kind of lined up with this chip right here. So let's see if we can find that. So the bad PWM controller. I found it's just a lot of times it's like a diode on the line or something like that. So let's see. I think it's this one right here, right? There's two of them in a row. Is that right? Is that right? Let me go back over here. Yeah, so it's the second one. And is this a 0 ohm? Okay, so that's tied to ground. No, it's 100K to ground, so it has a pull down. And so we just need to check the signal there. And so I'll need to fire up the oscilloscope, but let me just measure the voltage there. So 0.23. All right, let me turn on the oscilloscope. Let's get silly, guys. Let's get silly with our oscilloscope. I got my probes. I keep my probes put away. So here's the oscilloscope we're using right here. Let's see if I can get the angle right. There we go. Sorry for the movement. So I have it set up right in front of me, and then I'll have a screen capture that goes to the computer, but I just wanted to show you what the setup is here. Fire all this stuff up. We will see what we could find. I don't like this issue when we have this issue, so we will see. Getting old silly. Let me connect the device. Connect. Screen capture, go. All right, and then I believe, do I have a oscilloscope button on here or not? I know I have a scene somewhere. but I don't think I made a button. Well, hello. So maybe what I did, I can't remember how I have this. Do I have oscilloscope as an item on here, I think? Where's the oscilloscope? You can do it! Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm going through all these trying to find the oscilloscope because I know I have it in here somewhere. Okay, there's an oscilloscope view right there. Okay. All right, so let's do this. So let's see if we have this thing balanced here. All right, looking good. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. All right, so we have this set up. We're going to measure to see if we are getting our PWM signal on this line. If I can get in here and don't cross the streams. Do not cross the streams. Well, I'm seeing kind of a double signal. I don't know if that's correct or not. Board view download link. Not something that I'm going to share. I think it's probably on our Discord, or you can ask for it on the Discord. That's how I find all that stuff. So the signal doesn't actually look that bad, but it looks like we have that double signal, and that's exactly the issue that I saw before, is we have a double signal, where there's like another one that's bringing it down. I think the machine just turned off just now, but no, it's still on. Let's see. Yeah, so what's the other signal there? What do you think, Led? Try a clean PWM area. You can try a dry signal, mess with PWM. So like, so that's my finger right there. Yeah, there's definitely two signals there. Whew, this thing's hot. There's a chip right here that's burning hot. I think that must be our issue. Yeah, here we go. Let me get on the thermal camera. There's something here that's like burning my hand off. 70 degrees. So do you think that's our problem? I think it's this chip right here. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, so you see the 75 degrees temperature? That's going to be right here on this chip right here, the muxing chip. And you can almost see, it almost looks like a hole in it right here, this thing. But I think this muxing chip is messed up because that thing's blazing saddles. So let's go ahead and get that guy replaced, because I think that's going to be our issue. That's causing our crazy signals there. I'm going to unplug the battery and charger, get this thing turned off. But yeah, if you have 75 degrees on one little tiny chip, that's C, right? So that's a little bit hot. Nobody likes having that much heat. So let me go ahead and I can pull the board back out to do that, I guess. You knew it was in line. It's the muxing chip though, so it's kind of tricky because it's like the liaison between the two, right? It's in between the two. The thermal camera fixed everything. You know what? I actually felt it with my finger, and that's what was starting. Because I was using my hand to support the oscilloscope probe, and my finger kept touching this spot in the middle, and or on the board, and I kept burning my hand up. Do we have a donor board? Well, yeah, we can pull one from a donor board. I may have brand new ones too. I just got to see what the chip number is on it. I hate soldering when things are in the board, so in the machine still. I'm going to pull the board back out. Mongo punching time. No. Don't check to see if the chip is providing a short. Well, it's obviously has a short somewhere, but it may be powering something that has a short. If that's what you're saying, yeah. So we can definitely check that to see if it's outputting to a short. But it's like this guy right here. Let's see if we do have some sort of short in this area. But when it has that much heat, there's definitely an issue on it somewhere. Ah, sorry. There you go. It's annoying, my focus is off right now. It's like if I put you in focus, then I'm out of focus, and I'm having an issue trying to get myself in focus. So I need to get all this adjusted. There we go. All right, so none of this is measuring shorted. That's ground. That's gonna be positive. All right, I think it's just the chip itself. I've replaced this chip in the past when we have issues like this, so let me go ahead and pull this thing off right now. Resistor value, also test the resistor value. Test the feedback resistor value. Well, let's just see which one the feedback resistor is. We can kind of take a look at that and see what we have. So we have our run, and we have 3-volt mux. So we have this resistor here. That should be a 10K. So that one will probably be suspicious if it's not 10K, obviously. And then we have another, that's 10K to, yeah, so there's another 10K on either side. So 10K pairing. So we can see if one of those is blowed or measuring not within spec. But we're going to be doing in circuits, so it's never really that regulation, but we will see. All right, so here's our 10K. 6.9, I don't know. And this is our another 10K. And that one's actually 10K. So this one right here is saying 6.9, but that could mean that it's having internal resistance in the chip itself. So it's kind of hard to know. And if we look at our board view, does it connect to anything else? So it does connect to other things too. So because you're measuring it in circuit, it's kind of hard to know because it does connect over here to this resistor. Is this a resistor? No, it's an inductor that ties over to this other area. So it's definitely hard to read that in circuit, because this one's also going to, this is a 20K. So I don't know if that's actually a true 6.9 or not, but I'm going to take this chip off of here and get it replaced and see, or we'll measure it with it off and see what it does, see if it changes. RV1003 or 002. This is, I don't know which one that is. Remove the chip and test. That's what we're going to do. I've got to make sure not to melt any of these connectors around here. I've definitely had to replace this in the past, so it's not a big deal. It makes sense when someone's messing with the board, plugging things in, unplugging it with the LCD screen, with it on or whatever, or battery plugged in still, thinking the machine is dead because the MOSFETs are shorted out on the intake. Volt display not working again. Kidding me. I don't know if I have a bad wire or what. Yeah, make sure to tell me whenever that happens, and I'll see if I can get it fixed. I hate it when I'm filming a video and it does that, and I don't notice. So I'll see if I can fix it in a second. Let me get this cleaned up here. Arctic, thanks for the follow. All right, let me see if I can grab a donor board. We have plenty of those donor boards. So this one has a different layout. You see how the alien head connector's there, but there's nothing there, not populated. So here's a board that's going to be closer to it, and it doesn't have it either. So hooray. But it probably has that chip somewhere. It's just in a different location. So I'm not that concerned. We'll just have to find where it is. Where did it move to? What's the chip number? That's a UV32. UV32. Give me a UV32. Where you at, buddy? Come here, boy. Come on. Where you at? It's a multiplexing. I'm multiplexed. I'm perplexed. Multiple times. Come on. Come on. Well, stolen a lot of chips off of this. Let's keep going. UV22. You saw one of those? You saw a 22? Yeah, because it needs to be a bigger chip. That's what I'm looking for, is kind of the chip size. But so here's all the, like, there's the display port out. Can't see, polarized here. Let me grab some more boards here. I just don't see it. UV31. Where's the 31 at? Where's that at? Let me just grab another board. I don't see it on there. None of these have it. It's frustrating. I mean, I know it's somewhere. I just went through a stack of boards. Not there. All right, we're going to have to do a search, I guess. The master search. That we search through all the boards. Try to find one. Like, this is an M15 R7, but it's the AMD edition. So again, same setup, but it isn't there. So let's see if anybody's saying anything. You need a 10-legged crab. So here's what the chip looks like, right? And the number, these numbers are probably not correct, but maybe it is a 9661M. I don't know if that's actually the chip. We need to call Soren and have him dig through his box. Step 1, get a box. Step 2, contact Soren. Have him check his box. Okay, let's search. So, Led, you think that says Y0D4? I mean, Y04D is the actual number? Okay. Y04D. Let's check it. Let's search, see if that's what they say it is. Oh, this is the number in the board view. It's going to be G... So it's saying it's a G9661M. And if we look at the chip itself, it's a 9661M. So I believe the 9661M is the real number. What do you think about them apples? So let me copy this and search some other schematics for this. All right, we're going to let it do a little searching here. 453P. I mean, so it already hit it in a K453P board. Okay, so let me see if I can grab one of those boards while that's searching. 453. I have 452s. I don't know about a 453. Wait, I thought one of these was a 453. A Precision 5680? Really? Come on, people. 453, 453. 656. 45 something. G Series 5520, 5530. I have those. Let me grab one of those. All right, that's gonna be easy because I know where those are. Four, 454s. All right, so here's the G Series 5520 or 5530, one of the two, whatever it takes. Is that one right there? Yeah, found one. Found it. Nailed it. You know what usually happens when we spend all this time trying to find a chip? It's not even the chip we need, or like it doesn't fix the issue. But that's the way it works, right? All right, so we're gonna pull this guy off. This board already has a bunch of stuff stolen from it, so I'm not concerned. Okay, here we go. So there's our 9661M. So, okay, peak 3 amps, low dropout regulator to enable the 966. So do you think that there's, but why would this thing be the thing getting burning hot if the LDO was getting backed up? Like it's the same designation there. Because you work on these all the time, prepper. The regulator that provides excellent voltage. I like it. Excellent voltage stability. Sounds like an AI answer. It's a voltage regulator that provides excellent voltage stability and ensures a smooth signal going to your LCD screen of many Dell laptops. It's like a PR firm writing the ad copy. All right, so this is our good one, brand new. This one's our no good one. I'm gonna put it off the side in case it doesn't fix the issue, and then we can know that we have it. Okay, check the resistors also. Okay, let's check the resistors before we solder that. Okay, so these resistors now are, so now that one's up to 10K, looking good. And this one is 10K also probably, 10K. So we're back up to 10K. So now if we solder this on and it says 10K, then it makes sense that the thing was messed up. Where's pin 1? Pin 1's there, there's our dot right there. So it goes in this orientation. We ready? Anything else? The average ChatGPT response, did you know that they answer everything in 3s apparently? So that's like a good telltale sign of knowing that it's a bot. Seems like they could just kind of up their algorithm and just kind of go, we're going to randomly output the number of answers with things, right? Time for glue friendship. So I'm going to preheat the board a little bit first. I like to have the solder nice and melted. I have a big blob of solder under there, so we're going to have to kind of get that out of there. Got it. Okay, set it down nicely, gently. Squeeze this stuff out of here. Hopefully this fixes it. We can go to the next machine. Because I'm going to be off tomorrow and I need to get stuff done. As AI, I feel personally attacked. Oh my gosh. You feel one with the AI? I'm just going to reflow this one more time. I just want to make sure we don't have any solder bridges underneath it. I'm just going to tap it. Press it down. Okay. We're good. Lovely jubbly. Is that how Joey says it? Or something like that? Old Joey does tech. Alright. What did y'all work on today? I don't know if any people are still here from Joey Does Tech. What did you work on today? Some sort of console? 3 resistors, you tested 2. Where's the third one, lead? I didn't see the third one. There's only 2, because one's the ground. So if we look at these, so this is the one that's a feedback, and then this one's the ground, this one's the ground, and this one's to ground, or this one's the feedback. So we measured those 2 main ones, and then these other, or that's a capacitor, but I guess there's this one that goes to ground. I can check that one. It's supposed to be 20 kilobyte, or kilo ohms, kilo ohms, which was this one. We don't even, did I ever get the meter working? I don't even know. Probably not, right? Still can't see it, can you? Oh, 7.3. So I want to see if this one dropped back down. Because it was, yeah, it was 6.9 with the old one, it's 6.9 with this one. So it's back. It's back to the same as it was. Now the question is that going to get burning hot again? I don't know. Oh, he fixed the Nintendo Switch. All right. Nintendo Switch. I've never opened up one of those. I have a Nintendo Switch at home. Maybe I could drop it and break it and then try to fix it. My kids don't really play video games, and so we got it for them years ago, and it's just been sitting on the dock for 5 years or something. Like that, and I've turned it on a couple times myself. I don't play games either. Okay, are we good to test? So should I plug it in under the thermal camera? What did you miss? Well, we fixed this thing to turn on, and now we're trying to fix a screen flickering issue, and we're hoping that this one chip we just changed out is going to fix that issue. Ooh, just the occasional boom. No, it's switch 2. Oh, the newer switch. Gotcha. Okay. Those things have a lot of value, right? Because they were like overpriced when they came out, and there was tariffs on them and all that type of stuff. Is that correct? I'm not super familiar, but I heard that people were complaining about stuff like that. Do it with a PS5 Gen 1. Is there? Oh, there's multiple generations. I guess there's the S, right? PS5s. I didn't know there's multiple generations of the PS5 per se. I literally have no idea about games. I just don't play them. Inductor or cap? Which one? That's a good question. Wait. Does the LCD have no LCD, right? No, it has LCD, it's just flickering. When it's at lower brightness. At high brightness, it's fine. So it's whenever it has to regulate the PWM signal through, I guess, this chip, it was getting burning hot. So I'm assuming that's the issue. Do another terminal like someone said, and it might get hot in the faulty screen. Joey does tech nano fix, and you are what got me really interested in this stuff. Well, thank you. I'm glad I'm doing something. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing nothing. All right, so I'm going to power this thing on under the thermal camera. We'll go thermal. And so right now it is powering on. You can see the power meter there. And you can actually see this is the backside of the VRMs. And what we're looking for is right here, there's this chip. And we want to see what temperature that thing gets up to. Right now it's at 40. But it's getting up to like 70 and 80 degrees C, which is a little bit too spicy. So we don't want it to get too hot. I don't have the screen on right this second. PWM voltage drop is when the frequency is being pulled down low. Oh, look at that. It got spicy for a second. 50, 60. Ooh, it's not the chip. It's not the chip, guys. What thermal cam do I use? This is a ThermalMaster P2 Pro. Yeah, so the chip is definitely heating up again. And it is burning hot when I touch it. Dimmer switch not working. It is working, it just flickers whenever you dim it. So what, I'm going to try a different display. You're right. Let's try a different display just to rule that out. Make sure we don't have some issue with the LCD screen itself. So let me grab that. What you got? Put some bacon on it. Hey, put some bacon on it. All right, let me see if I can find it. Oh, gosh. We're trying to reorganize my test displays so I can actually access them easier, and now they never got labeled, and so now it's even harder to find them. And I grabbed the right one on the first try. Boy, that's what I'm talking about. Rabbit hole? Maybe. With the LCD connector. I don't think it's going to be an LCD connector personally. Okay, so I'm going to flick the battery cable. We're going to plug in the screen. But I'm trying to remember, like I need to go back to one of my videos because I fixed this issue, but I feel like it was a diode for some reason. My brain has it as a diode, but I don't know if I see any diodes on there. So, yeah, battery's disconnected. Okay, so let's put this right here. I'm not going to hook the battery up. We don't need the battery hooked up right now. All right, so the test screen's plugged in. We'll go thermal. The mini egg cooker. All right, going thermal again. All right, so this is the chip we're looking at. It's at 43. So we just want to rule this out. I don't know. I'm having an issue thinking. What do we think? What do we think? Crystals causing flickering. This chip is getting burning hot, which it shouldn't. That's the thing. It's like, so this thing's powering something that's not happy with. Yeah, you can see how hot it got right just then. The screen backlight came on just now. You fixed one with a crystal oscillator, but that's for the GPU coming on. The GPU starting up. Yeah, so this is up hot again. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. Oh gosh, I mean, this is really hot. Although, you know what's funny is the screen's not flickering. Wait, you can't see that. Look, the screen is not flickering. I'm going to set this like this. I'm going to adjust the brightness. Okay, now I have it open. It's all the way bright. Let me go into the BIOS. This is not dangerous at all, what I'm doing. Keyboard not hooked up? Come on, people. Okay. Do I smell smoke? Do I smell something? I feel like I smell something. I mean, this thing is spicy, bro. Oh. I don't know. So I'm going to adjust the brightness down a little bit and see if it does the flickering. It's not flickering. So it's not flickering with this screen, but that thing is hot. So it actually works just fine with this screen. What does that mean, people? Oh, I don't have the battery plugged in. That's one thing I have different, so let me plug the battery in. So battery is plugged in. I'm going to wait for it to start charging. Pay attention to the power meter there. And it's still not flickering. So now I'm going to run off the battery instead. I'm going to unplug. It's not flickering. All right. Did we fix it? So let's go back to their original screen then. Because maybe it is fixed with that chip. I just don't like how hot it is, but maybe that's fine. All right. So I guess if we would have just plugged this in and booted it up, we would have seen that it looked fine. BIOS defaults, did it actually work, the factory defaults? We did that earlier and it didn't work. Okay. Well, let's see if this is fixed now. All right, so if this is fixed, then it probably was just a chip, and maybe it is supposed to run that hot. I just don't, it feels weird for it to be that hot, but I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Maybe I'll put a, oh, it says datasheet up to 85C. What? What in the wide world? That's crazy. Why would you make a chip that runs at 85C? So maybe, I guess it could have a possibility that it was just having an issue over time. Seems spicy though. 85C. Yeah, that is bacon worthy. We can cook some bacon with that. All right. If this is good, we're good, and we can go to the next one. I'll maybe put a little cooling pad on it. All right, let's check the dimming. And it's fixed. That's it. It's fixed, people. So that chip did fix it. And so this is the customer's original screen. I tested it with my other screen. It works fine. It's just hot. So it's not the operating system. Well, this is where we're having the issue. So Motherboard temp, I don't know because the Motherboard doesn't work. So I can't really do that. But 6.7 from Gritty. So I'm going to call this good. I will keep an eye on it tomorrow when I'm going through it, or Tuesday, I guess. I'll take apart the whole thing. I'm going to re-thermal paste. I'm going to do all that stuff, and then I'm going to make sure that all the temps look good. But as long as everything passes all my tests, then we're good to go. So what do you want me to check? Would you test the test board thermal check? I can't. A test board, oh, I have to get an actual test board. Yeah, so one that works in order to test that to see if it's getting hot. The second laptop to check thermals. I don't know if I have another 15 R7 here, but 5511, that doesn't work. So it's basically the same thing. I'll check that tomorrow. We'll just have to check it. So right now I'm just calling this, it's working. So so this was kind of it was more or less straightforward, but we had this kind of side detour. So originally it came in, it wasn't powering on. We opened it up, we did see that we had a blown power MOSFET on the input. So replacing those did fix that issue, and we did notice that it did power off the battery already. Battery is charging, but we were getting that flickering of the screen. We changed out that component. It is running a little hot on that component, but it is working now. So I'm going to call this good, and tomorrow I'll go through and just redo everything on it and get new thermal paste on it and get this ship back to my customer. But I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop. Oh gosh, what a nut I am. Okay, so let me grab the next laptop here. It's so funny, whenever I do those wrap-ups, it just makes me want to say that because I'm so used to saying it. Oh, okay, so the next one is an Alienware X15 R1 doing something. Probably no power. No, it's a no post. So I think it gets power lights but doesn't post. And I think it shuts back off. The screw bowl, we need to go with a new screw bowl, so we're moving this one in and replacing it with the new one there. Let me get my probes put away here. Always clean up after yourself in between repairs. Who does that, right? If you are somebody who does this type of repair or does repairs or works on stuff at your house or whatever, in between projects, do you stop and clean up and put away all your tools and make sure your desk is all cleaned off? Raise your hand. What happens if it beeps continuously? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So I'm going to throw this chip away. We don't need that chip there. Clean off all this stuff. Cheer, thank you. Thank you there, AJ. No. Her says, no, I don't clean up after myself. But your problem is the bad power supply. Do you think it's a bad power supply? My power, or you're talking to somebody else. Maybe you're talking to somebody else. So. My brother did, and he messed up everything. I went back. Just store all the screws in the big solder blob. Then you don't lose them. Look at the message from Amber. Let's see if I can find. Where is that at? Is it in the chat here? I'm going to dig through here, see if I can find it. I wish I could just search. It'd be so much easier. Trying to find a message in a bottle 2 minutes ago, okay. Looking, 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 looking. I cannot see it. Okay. Mods, please tell Nathan that you could check the RLC values around the PWM generator. Out of spec RLC can cause a shift in unstable PWM. Okay, that was the message. Hey, thank you there, Santa Claus. Thank you there. So the RLC values around the PWM generator. You know, where's the PWM generator? Where is it generating that PWM? That's the question, because we have this here, so we have our PWM signal, right? We have it tied to ground on that resistor. And then we have this, that's the muxer for the inverter. Well, I will have to dig into that more tomorrow. I will save that message for looking at that in case there is any issue there, if that is a cause or of something, because at this point it is kind of stable, but we don't know if it's like stable just because I put a new chip on there and it's going to end up going bad later. And it seems to be like it looks okay. I suspect the resistor was out of spec. And so out of those resistors, maybe I could replace the rest of the stuff around there, just in case, right? Just replace all this stuff and see. Too bad you can only like once on YouTube. Well, you can go over to Twitch and do something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that works actually. All right, so let's do our next machine. Let me get that pulled up. And thanks for that input there. I will mess around with that tomorrow if I do see any other issues. And then I will probably grab a test board that does work and see if I'm seeing some temperature differential. Now, if I am seeing it, you know, be a totally different temperature, then I will definitely have to address it. But all right, so we have. Let me make sure we don't have personal information on here. So this looks like Jessica is the name, and the note is no power or no boot. A no boot is such a relative term to so many different things, right? So you never know what that actually pertains to, whether it doesn't boot to Windows or doesn't power on or doesn't boot to the. I've seen people say it doesn't charge when it means it doesn't power on. So what I'm seeing here, no boot is the message, and this is an Alienware X15 R1, okay? And I think based on my text notes, he said that it does have some sort of current draw, but nothing happened. So, okay, so all right, so let me go ahead and get our intro going here. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware X15 R1. Now, this one came in with just the simple message of no boot. Now, that could mean lots of different things. So this thing could power on and just doesn't actually get picture. It could mean it doesn't boot the Windows. It could mean it has no power, it doesn't charge, something like that. But I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right, so we have our intro in the books. And so first thing I want to do, see if it turns on. We're going to hit the power button, see if we are getting any power lights or any signs of life. And I don't see anything by pressing the power button. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in the charger. Keep an eye on the power meter. Let's see how much current's being pulled here. We are getting a current draw of 0.85 out the gate, right when we plug it in, and then it drops back down. It's kind of moving around. Okay, that almost looks like battery charge current. What do you think about that? So I'm going to unplug it again. The first initial inrush went to 850 milliamps, which is kind of high for an inrush. It should actually rest at 0.02 on this machine. It doesn't power on by itself, so that's out of the picture. And then to do negotiation of like charging the battery, it should go to 0.2, 0.23, something like that. So right around 230 milliamps. And then that does like a pre-charge current for the battery. And then it will start charging the battery. So that's kind of what we're looking at to see if that's what we're getting. So it drops down to 0.1, all the way down to 0.09 and then it looked like it went to a pre-charge current, and now it's charging the battery. So what I'm seeing here is it's charging the battery. Definitely not powering on, don't have any lights. I'm gonna close the lid, open the lid. So I open the lid, you see how the current changed just then? You see that? So it actually tried to trigger it on, I think. So that's an actual trying to turn it on type of situation with that little stuttering. And there's no power here, I don't see any lights. If I press the power button itself, that stopped that. Okay, and is it coming back on again? I want to take the battery out of the picture on this because it's giving us some false readings, but what we're trying to do is try to collect clues of what it's actually doing. And so, let's see. Could either be the motherboard or the PWM RLC components, the screen PWM voltage circuit. Usually the capacitor on the MOSFET gate that is shorted logically on the screen. Interesting, okay. I hate dealing with the flickering of the screen issue, but I'll definitely see if we can figure this out. Back when I was a remote tech, this is real, not a scam 99% of the time. The hardest thing is getting the customer usually to report what happened and seeing, not giving a summary doesn't boot, right? I'm telling you, that all of it's so relative. All of it. It's just like you never really know. So, all right, so this is doing kind of this pulsing thing. To me, it looks like it's trying to turn on, trying to turn off, trying to turn on. It's trying to start a power rail or something like that. Doesn't seem like it's getting any power rails, but we are getting charge current. So when we have charge current, that usually means the main power rail is present, means the power management chip's working, means the protection MOSFETs are working, means all that stuff's working, and it means that lower power rail is probably not there. So I would say probably a 1.8 might not be there. 3.3 and 5 are probably there if we have the power management chip going. So unplug the charger, drop that back off, and let's open it up and take a look inside. I don't think it's a battery control chip. I don't think it's a bad BIOS either, but I guess it could be. Bad BIOS, you could get all the you can get all the voltages, you can get the charge current, the EC chip's gonna be working. Tazzy just sent 5 more gifted subs. Tazzy, you little stinker. Drone, Doc, Tech, and The Daily, and just got some gifted subs. Thank you there for Tazzy. Do I work on Dell phones? You know, we've had some phones here in the past. It's funny, because on my Dell loads that came in, back in the day, it was like we got like a bunch of Dell tablets and got all sorts of crazy stuff. ESD damage. No ESD. Okay, we're getting the bottom off here. All right, and the bottom is off. Ooh. A little bit dirty, not too bad. I still love this design. Every time I open this up, I love it because it has 4 fans. 2 of them are actually blowing air to the inside. Or no, actually one of them is. This one's not opened up, but this one's opened up here and it's actually blowing air across this direction. So it cools the NVMe drives, cools the RAM that's in here, and then we have 2 fans basically in each, the GPU and CPU. So very good design. I'm going to take the battery out of the circuit. So the old flick of the battery. What? Venues were Dells? Yes, a Dell Venue was a flop, is what it was. But yes, they were. All right, I'm going to plug the charger back in here. Let me reset the power meter. Got it plugged in. Okay, so inrush current again was 0.84, same as before, which is really high. That's not normal. And then this thing doesn't power on its own, so it shouldn't be doing anything. It should just be sitting at 0.02. So why is it trying to do this with the battery unplugged? What is it doing right now? What is it trying to do? Tara, thanks for the Prime sub on Twitch. Appreciate it. Okay, so open the lid, see if it does anything different. Jumps up to 0.4, 0.4, 0.4, 0.4. Okay, so it's doing kind of a routine where it's trying to start something up. I bet we'll see some heat on this. I bet we'll see some heat somewhere. Aha, aha, aha. We found it. We found it. That thing's spicy. That's spicier than the other thing. 100 degrees. Now that's some bacon cooking, right? That's 230 30 or something. That's barbecue. I don't even know if I want to touch it. Should I put my finger on it? Should I put my finger on it? Let me lick my finger first. Whew, that's a little bit warm, people. That's a little bit warm. So I think we found our problem, and that was pretty quick, actually. Pretty quick. So, so what do you think? What do you think's happening here, people? What do you think's happening? No, there's no information except for no boot, yet there is a plethora of evidence that somebody has been in here. Is this hot glue? It's not hot glue, but I don't know what it is. Is it flux? Somebody been messing with the BIOS? But look at this. This is something. This is something. I don't know. We're going to put some alcohol in this area. See it vaporize. So it's this chip right here, which is the LDO, I think, right? I think it's some sort of LDO. So whatever it's trying to power is shorted to ground really bad. I don't know. Dried milk? No, it's less. It's clear, more clear than that. And it falls apart when you touch it, and it's actually disintegrating with the. It's almost like dried salt. Is that what someone said? Because that's kind of what it seems like. Like if you're at the coast or whatever, and you had like salt that just dried up in some water, you know. It's disintegrating in this isopropyl, but maybe it's a flux of some sort. I'm going to clean it all up, I think, and then we can proceed. But I don't know. I don't know if someone's been messing with the BIOS. P5FOFUM. Somebody has been messing with my BIOS chip. Oh, donut glaze. Yes, that actually would be closer. That's actually closer than the salt. So someone, I got it. Okay. So someone was trying to figure out why their laptop was not working, and they didn't have time to eat breakfast. So they were eating their glazed donut while they were probing around here, and they accidentally dropped their donut on here for a second. That's what it is. So they got glaze all over this. What is going on with these? You could tell that someone has been soldering. That looks so burnt. This one's like bent. It's like someone hit this. The donut overlook theory. Okay, so let's see what we have shorted in this area. P5FOFUM. So those aren't shorted. Surprised. That's not shorted. That's not shorted. So none of that is shorted? What? Am I not measuring ground properly? Oh, this is shorted. My ground, I had a bad ground. Okay, so that's 80 ohms. 80 ohms, that's no good. We got 43 ohms. All right, so what do you think is 43, or not 43, point? Oh, that's 0. So we have 0 on that side. What about this side? 0.3. I don't know. This isn't on the main power rail, by the way, because the main power rail would be just fine over here because it charges the battery. All right, so here's our main power rail. It charges the battery just fine. So this is going to be something that's EC chip related. So we could have a bad EC chip, a shorted EC chip in this area. BIOS chip could be messed up. Glazed donut syndrome, right? So we can inject voltage. It's going to be, I think this is going to be the positive side. We can inject voltage in this area and see what gets hot. But I mean, we know this chip's bad probably, but it may just be trying to power something and it's getting hot. That's probably what it is. You think it's the cap? You think it's this cap? It could be as simple as this little ugly cap here. Do we just go straight in? Do we just raw dog this and just take those caps off and be done? What fun is that? I want to see something go boom. I want to be strong like bull and blow it up. Remove the chip and test for the ohms. That's a very sophisticated way of doing it. Would you like to just take that chip off and see? Or would you like to inject a bunch of voltage and see if it goes boom? I want to see it go boom. Should we take his SSD out though? That might be wise. Here, I'll take his SSD out to be smart. Looks like the BIOS is LDO. I know it does, personally. But why would that cap get so hot? Or if it does a cap. Going boom is always fun. All right, so this has a note on it. The SSD has a note on it also. So this has definitely been to a repair shop. So again, I need to put a questionnaire in the form that says, has this been to another repair shop, or has another repair attempt been put on it? Because then I'll know a little bit more about it. But well, I guess it doesn't change too much, except that maybe I'll charge them more money. All right, so we're going to inject some voltage here. I'm going to start out, it's close to 0, so we'll do like 0.6 volts. All right, so it's not too bad. Oh, interesting. I don't see the heat right here. Oh, it's over there. Do you see that? Right here. See where that is. Okay, so that's a resistor. So this resistor is getting hot. So that means that it's going through here, it's shorted through here and shorted through this resistor. So now we got to get over here and start ejecting in this area. Let me see. So we have a short right here. Is that right? 5 ohms. I don't get it. I don't get it. Pretty sure that that's what it was. I'm going to go back to split again. We'll point at the same time. Let's see. So we'll do this here. Can you tell? No, it's this thing next to it. No, it's that resistor. No, that's it. Okay. So pull down resistor, pull up resistor, whatever it takes, whatever it wants to do, it's going to be that. It's a 0 ohm resistor. So it's a 0 ohm resistor tying to something, but I think it's on the other side of the board at this point then. I mean, we could skip this actually. Let's just skip it and go straight to the source. So now we'll inject here. See what's getting hot. It's getting hot through that, so I'm going to go on the other side of it. Okay, so that eliminated it getting hot. So now we just got to find what else is getting hot. It's on the other side of the board, people. All right, so to recap, right? So we have something that's getting blazing hot, right? So 100 degrees C, it's going to be some sort of LDO type of chip that powers like a lot of the BIOS chips and a lot of the stuff in that area. Now, when something's getting really, really hot, it doesn't necessarily mean that that chip is the thing that's getting hot. It's actually, a lot of times means it's what it's trying to power. And we did identify that one of the output power rails are completely shorted. And so we kind of bypassed that chip that was powering it, injected there. Then we found some other chip, a resistor getting hot. And then that, we bypassed that, and then now when we're injecting, we don't see anything getting hot because it's on the other side of the board. So we have to take the board out in order to take a look at the other side in order to find the culprit. This thing has liquid metal, and this is the machine that has leaking liquid metal all the time. So it could just be a blob of liquid metal just on the board somewhere that's causing this issue. Gotta get some donuts. I need to get some donuts, man. Would it be fun to change the moo cow or something? Change my beeping to moo cow sound? That'd be funny. Move the 0 ohm resistor and find which side is shorted. Well, that's what I did. So I just injected on one side and it lit up the resistor again. I injected on the other side and it didn't light it up. So now I know which side to short it. It's a 0 ohm resistor anyway. So I'm going to take this rear cover off. And if somebody didn't take it off right, they usually rip these cables, and it kind of looks like they might be a little messed up. Okay. Wi-Fi card. Could be the Wi-Fi card. What do you think? Go fund my donut. Should be the website. Maybe we should make Black Horse make some donut flavored flux. Smells like donuts whenever you're cooking, whenever you're doing it. Oh, he should make some bacon flavored flux too. Do you think he could put bacon grease in it and it would work still? Black Forest. Yeah. And so none of these screws are correct either. So all these screws I'm taking out are some inferior screws I've never seen in my life. Dell does not even use these screws. So it's obvious somebody has been in here. Go buy me a donut. Resistance is futile if less than 1 ohms. Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Is that a genuine battery? You know, it looks genuine. Yeah, I'm going to go with genuine. The font looks good to me. That sticker looks fine. Yeah, it's an Alienware, so it doesn't say Dell, it says Alienware here instead. So they have a little bit different design. And a lot of the new Alienware batteries, they put the sticker on the back, which is annoying. Dell uses screws? Oh yeah, they use screws. They use the tiny screws. Except if you were that machine from last Wednesday where they didn't put that many screws in there. So if you caught that stream from last Wednesday where I refurbished that 2015 machine, that thing looks sick. It looks so good. And I upgraded it to, the drive that they had in there was a regular mechanical drive. And it took like 4.5 hours to clone it, and it ended up failing, but it failed at like 97%, so it got most of the drive cloned, so it was able to boot into the operating system, and then I was able to upgrade it to Windows 11. So now he has this 2015 machine running Windows 11. That's all brand new plastics, and it looks pretty nice. I'm spending a lot of time screwing in my life. Drake or Kendrick? Oh man, that's neither really. I mean, like Outcast or something. I want more of a like, you know, Gangstar or Most Def, something like that. Not a big fan of either one. But I guess if I had to choose, I'd go Kendrick. Wow, 4.5 hours to clone. Well, the other drive that was sitting right next to it that we're cloning took 12, 14 hours or whatever. We ended up having to run it overnight, but the estimated time was another 10 hours left, and it had already been cloning for a couple hours. So these mechanical drives, you know, when they're failing or they're end of life, they have a hard time cloning. All right, and the motherboard is out, and so we're going to look for some liquid metal. I do see a little bit of something. Maybe that's from whenever I was just fluxing. That might just be a little bit of flux there from whoever was in this area, but I don't see any liquid metal on the board. And this is where it usually leaks out, is right in this area. Ooh, is that liquid metal? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Let's see. Oh, Bone Thugs, they're good. Bone, bone, bone. Cypress Hill. I listened to plenty of Cypress Hill back in the day. Now I have I'm not related. Oh, yep, look at that. What do you think, people? What do you think that is? It's liquid metal. So we have identified one ball of liquid metal, and if there's one ball of liquid metal, there's more. We worked on a machine last week that was the 17-inch version of this that usually has more liquid metal than this one. That was so covered in liquid metal, all the VRMs for the CPU was covered in liquid metal, and then we ended up having liquid metal under the GPU. And so we got the board to actually turn on, but then the GPU would show up sometimes and not show up, and it was like disappearing. And so I had to keep ultrasonic cleaning it, blowing air down in there, doing that stuff over and over again, and finally got the liquid metal ball out that I could see from underneath it, and the machine seems to be pretty stable, but I had to give them a caveat. All right, so I'm going to take this heatsink off. Get ready, people. Get ready. This is not a 1.8 volt. This is a BIOS chip. This is going to be a 3.3. This is a JV. Yeah, so 3.3. I mean, I still can't get over the stuff going on here. It looks like people had been messing with it. Looks like it was almost like burnt and someone changed out some stuff, but maybe it's just been getting hot. But sometimes it's like, you know, if it comes from a repair shop, another repair shop, which I'm starting to think this is a different repair shop had it first, I wish I would get the tech notes of what they tried or did, right? All right, you ready? I'm going to take this off and we will see the damage. And I don't know, cleaning fee, right? We did our last, the last one that was a crazy liquid metal spill, and when we checked them out, we accidentally did not charge them for the liquid metal cleaning fee of that, and so they got just a regular $129, and it ended up taking us like, I don't know, another 3 hours to clean the board to get it to actually functional, but we only charged them the regular repair fee. So not good. I don't want to do this right now. This is not what I call a vacation. I'd rather be fixing a board than cleaning a board. So if this is about to be completely covered in liquid metal, get ready. Get ready for dissatisfaction. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna just kind of rock this back and forth just a little bit just to break the suction, because you don't want to bend the heatsink. So we gotta do this first. Just a little bit. Okay, now we got it broken. So now I'm going to lift it up slowly. Here, I'll zoom in for you. Going slowly. AJ, thanks for the stream. You have to go? Well, thanks for coming by. Ah, now we know what's going on. Now we got it. You guys know what happened? Somebody happened. Nate makes technician service tag captain's log. Captain's log. Alien Star Trek themed. Okay, so I can see what happened. A technician happened. Or somebody who thought they were a technician. So somebody else has worked on this board. They've already de-liquid metaled it. They put... is this thermal putty? I guess they put thermal putty over all that stuff, which is fine. So that one blob is just a rogue blob, nothing to worry about, I guess. I mean, we'll clean it up, but we're going to have to look around and see if we don't have a blob somewhere else. So somebody else has definitely been working on this, but they are trying to punk me by just saying doesn't boot. It's a no boot situation. So I bet there's a blob somewhere. Looks like a liquid spill also. Maybe that's what it is. Doesn't it kind of look liquid spilly? Like all the color of all that stuff? See, all this looks nice and clean, but up here just looks very hazy. I mean, maybe it's from them cleaning off the stuff from before? Sloppy seconds. Yeah, that's pretty much sloppy seconds. Sloppy seconds. So there's our power management chips, 9241H. This is something. It's one way of doing something. I don't know. I don't use thermal putty, so I mean, I guess it's good. The chipset. Well, let's find what's shorted, I guess. I don't see any liquid metal leaking anywhere besides on that heatsink, so I don't think it's underneath any of this stuff, but we can check. Oh, coffee and donuts, seawater spill. Yeah, that kind of looks like a seawater spill. So it wasn't a really bad clean, so they just must have missed that one little speck. So Guess it's okay. All right, let's figure out where it's shorted over here. So this is where the resistor goes into the board, and so I'm assuming it's going to come out on the other side somewhere around there. Oh, chipset. It goes into the chipset. Do you think our chipset's shorted? That would actually make more sense. I'm excited now. This is great. I'm going to take this big blob off of here so I can get to the heat sinks. What do you think? We got a shorted chipset? That would actually make sense. I've seen it plenty of times. Oh, I'm kind of irritated now. All right, here we go. We're about to go to the next computer, I bet. The liquid metal curse. That's right. Now the question is, was it before or after somebody messed with it? What was the cause and effect? The DOS effect. All right. The first capacitor I go to, we got 0, but let's see if it's this side. Ah, those are fine. The ground's, that's the ground on the outside. Okay. Got lucky. Okay, we got lucky. What about this one? That one's fine. 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 I was annoyed at first. Okay, here we go. Here's one. So this one's definitely shorted. So we got 0.4. And there's our ground on that side. So here's our shorted line, whatever it is. It could be in the chipset, or it could not. Who knows? So this is another one that's 0.4. Yep. Another one that's 0.4. Another one. Nope. So those two. Here's another one. All right. So let's figure out if the chipset gets hot, people. 43 is normal for a chipset. Yeah, the regular, yeah, if I just measure these other ones, like that's 128, fine with that. 128, that's fine. But what we're measuring here is under an ohm. It's basically 0. That's not normal. Yeah, it's not 43 ohms, it's 0.43. Yeah, so it's 0, basically. It's it beeps under 50 ohms, but what we're measuring, see how it's 0.43 ohms? So CPU reballing or chipset swap would be, if it is a chipset. We're going to see if it's a chipset. We could just have a shorted capacitor on the chipset or something like that, but that would be closer to 0. But let's inject some voltage here. Probably a dead chipset. All right, we will go with door number 1, which is right here, I think. Definitely in the chipset. So if I'm injecting voltage on that capacitor, the chipset's getting hot right there. See that little source point of light there? So definitely the short is internal. That's actually causing that. So if I basically injected voltage on one of these three, these are all tied to the same line somewhere, right? And so if you're trying to figure out, like, is it a capacitor or not, you can take off all those capacitors, but if the capacitor was the thing that's causing the short, when I injected voltage on that capacitor on any of these lines, it should make the capacitor get hot if it was actually causing it, but it's actually getting hot like in this area right here. So it's definitely the chipset. So this is a bad chipset. And the only thing we can do is pull the chipset, put a new chipset on. And I don't really feel like doing that right now. What chipset is it? Let's see. An SRKMA. SRKMA. What time is it? 2:50. And it's definitely not something we have time for today. Time for some new micro tweezers to pull the, chipset pulling tweezers. Ah, yes. We have our other tweezers, the Wi-Fi pulling tweezers that we made. And if y'all want to report back on that, I actually swapped out that Wi-Fi card a couple more times. And then so I figured out that if you put the other Wi-Fi card on, It doesn't work because it's not populated for everything, but I was able to put the original style Wi-Fi card on, and then I had to reball like all the chips that were on there. I had to pull all the chips and reball them, and it still didn't work. So the guy just bought a new motherboard, so I didn't care. Okay, so this one's done, and I mean, maybe I'll change the chipset out, maybe. It depends. What board is this? Let me see how much this board costs. It depends on how much this board costs, right? If this is like a $500 board, then there's no point in doing the chipset. If this is a $1,000 board, then you start thinking, okay, maybe. The machine is cheaper than the repair. Yeah, so the motherboard for this machine is cheaper than the repair. The motherboard is, I'm trying to figure out which board they have though. I'm trying to find the part number. Where's it at? Sometimes I can find it quickly. Ah, here it is. Okay, let me scan that. Oh, I don't have that motherboard in stock. Hold on. All right, so the part number, I'm just going to have to search on the interwebs for that. So that is actually one of the higher end boards. So that's going to be an i9 with a 3080, 16 gigs. So this is the highest end board there is. So it's probably going to be closer to a higher price. So like, what, 250 bucks? Oh, this is a bad one. Yeah, it's a bad board. And they don't have probably not going to be findable, I bet. So it's probably going to be a lower end board. So it may be, you know, it's probably worth it to fix this board actually, to change the chipset out if that will fix it, right? To actually make the, okay, 1,100 bucks, that sounds more in the ballpark. So these boards, whenever you have a 3080, 32 gig, because this has built RAM on there, so you're buying RAM, you're buying a 3080, you're buying an i9, but that's weird. It has an i5 barrier on it. No, it says 15. I thought it said i5. So it's a 15-inch barrier. So it has the barrier. So i9, 3080, 32 gigs of RAM. Those are all the top specs for this board. So it's the most expensive board out on the market. Yeah, it's 1,100 bucks. I personally, if it was my machine, I wouldn't spend 1,100 bucks on it because you could buy a whole machine for that much. And it's not even worth it. But maybe for science, I would change that chipset out, but I'm not doing it right now. We don't have enough time. Unless you beg me. Unless you beg me to pull that chipset off right now. Oh. We got one more repair if you want to do that, or if y'all want to hang. Let me get some coffee. For fun, it would be good. We can do it. I'm not scared pulling it off. We got next. Tazzy says next. Dragon says next. All right, let's go for another repair. One that's actually repairable. But what do we do between repairs? Drink some coffee and clean our desk. Look at all those next coming in. No green juice today. I don't have it. Sometimes I buy enough of them and I put them in the fridge here, but on Wednesdays is the only day I kind of pick them up, and then sometimes I'll have one left over for Sunday. But on Sunday morning, I just drive here. I grab breakfast tacos on the way, and I come straight here. Okay, the last one, and I have more. This is not the last one, but I do have more. Oh gosh, this one's heavy. Okay. Make sure we don't have any personal information, like always. All right, what do we got? Lots of words, so many words. Oh my God, my brain can't even process how many words there are. All right, so the laptop is my nephew's and stopped working, letting out the magic smoke. Ooh, has some magic smoke, do we? I don't like magic smoke. Kill the poll. Oh, I didn't see there was a poll there. Thank you. And broke off the plastic tab on the rear, lost the 2 screws on the bottom. I got lucky it didn't further open to spill liquid metal everywhere. Seems like I cleaned the liquid metal off and found the battery charging circuit fried, so the 9552AH fragments of the old battery connector were disconnected. Need the chip replaced. Also need more diagnostics on the cap of pen 1 seems to be shorted. I don't have a hot air station. So before it died, it had a 4.2 or a 4.7. I think it was a 4.7. Neither one of those are codes. So there's a 2.4. There's no 4 codes, period. So a 2.4 would be like RAM or something like that. But I don't know. Anyway, so this person seems like they know what they're doing. Let's see what their name is. This is Mark. So Mark, maybe you're in chat. I don't know. Mark, if you're in chat, give me some hearts. We can see who you are. So this is an M16 R1, and no signs of life. I'm trying to get my intro down here. So they let off the little magic smoke, and it's their nephews. Okay. All right, new day, another laptop that needs to be saved. This time we have an Alienware M16 R1. Now this one was sent in. Now I think it's his nephew's laptop. He says that the laptop let out the magic smoke. Opened it up, did see that there was a damaged power management chip, and that would need to be replaced, but he thinks that there's some other shorts on the motherboard, and he wants us to go ahead and take a look at that. I haven't looked at it yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right, there you go. Sounds like another repair shop, maybe, but it's his nephew, so it sounds like it's a power user, somebody who knows what they're doing. So this is Mark's laptop. All right, Mark, well, we'll see if we can get this figured out for you. So let's open it up. Let's see if we can hit the power button, see if it does anything. One take Nate. Nice, so no power here. Power meter's right there. Let's go ahead and pull up our spike meter. Plug it in. And 0.02, 0.01, 0.02, that looks good. No big deal there. Press the power button. 0.03, 0.04, that does not look good. That looks no good. No likey. So we should get more current being pulled, especially when you press the power button there. Now it did actually go up a little bit, so we are like, a gate's opening, it is powering on some sort of other power rail or something like that, but it's not actually pulling any current. And it is kind of swooping around a little bit. Now it just kind of dropped back down. Press that power button, it does swoop back up. So yeah, it's kind of ebb and flowing, but it is not working. So let's open it up and take a look inside. Now he did say there was some magic smoke. I don't smell anything per se, but let's open up and take a look inside. I was inspired by your channel to change my laptop's thermal paste and RAM. Sometimes I would say you would be inspired by my channel to not change it out because the amount of people I get who send it in after they've changed it out and damaged something, or even repair shops. I've gotten plenty that were like the repair shop changed out the thermal paste and ended up now the machine doesn't turn on anymore. But I'm glad to know that you're able to do that. You need an agent for these intros. Oh, these AI agents, they are so smart. They do lots of things for you. Did you say the battery is disconnected too? Oh, maybe. Maybe. If the battery is disconnected, then this machine should turn on automatically when I plug in the power. So that's another clue or symptom. All right, and the bottom is off. Let's take a quick look around. It does look like we have an OEM battery. It is unplugged. Wi-Fi card. Looks like there's 4 NVMe slots, a couple 2230s, 2280s here. Neither one of these are populated. This has 4 fans, 2 on the side on the CPU side. The DDR5 actually has its own fan, and then we have this is for the GPU. Now the board does look pretty clean. I can see that the board's been taken out because the speaker connector is underneath the motherboard. So it looks like they did not plug it back in properly. I'll plug it in for them. So the board definitely has been out and put back in. The power management chip that they are talking about is on the other side of the board, right here. And so they can only see it by taking the board out, so obviously they had to have taken it out. But let's plug in the charger and see if we can see anything. There's not much we can look at on this side of the board because of the way that this setup is, but we're going to measure whatever we can before we take out the board. Why are you going to call? Who are you going to call? The smoke busters. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so I got the charger plugged in. We're going to measure right here on these vias. We should see some voltage here, but that's about it. That's as far as it goes. But we have some other areas we can test for some voltages to see if we get our main power rail or not. So we have 20 volts coming into the DC jack, but it's all going through these vias to the other side of the board, so there's nothing we can do. But what I want to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to check our DDR5 power rail. It's a 5-volt power rail right here. And what's good about that is we will have our main power rail powering it, which is going to be coming through these two capacitors here. And then this is the buck converter that produces the 5 volts on the output here that powers the RAM. So I want to plug that in, plug in the charger, and we'll just see if we do have 20 volts there. That means our main power rail would be present. And 19.6, so we do have main power rail present. And we obviously don't have anything here, but this is actually measuring 0, 0. I'm interested to see if we have a short over here because it's common to have shorts on this power rail. I'm just going to check that while we're here. No short. Okay, so that's good. All right, so at this point we do have our main power rail, but the board is not powering on its own, so it should do that. Now, if we do have the power management chip blown up like they're saying, that will prevent the rest of the chips from coming on because there's a VDD output that powers these other chips that it needs to turn on everything. So that's probably what we're missing. Does it have RAM in it? We do have RAM, so I will take that out just while we're at it. A couple sticks of the old DDR5 Gold. They're only 8 gig modules, so not worth that much. But Tara, thanks for the 3-month resub. And click. And scene. And scene. All right, let me take out, we're going to take the board out though. Ain't afraid of no voltage. That goes along with that too. Who are you going to call? The smoke busters. Ain't afraid of no voltage. Power MOSFET's in a CPU power line is calling it now. You're calling it, okay, all right. So he thinks that we have some sort of short near the CPU. Now, I don't see an issue on the main power rail, so usually you're not going to have an issue on the CPU because that's going to be, there's going to be the main power rails right there next to the CPU and they go straight in. So probably not going to be that, I don't think. But we never know. I'm known to be wrong, and I'm okay. Now we're RAM-less. I took out the RAM, battery's unplugged. I bet liquid metal has released. And on this machine, I've never seen liquid metal get released because they don't put too much on here. This is the one where they underfill, but then it makes the machine run hot all the time. But I do see plenty of power management chips on these burned up, so I'm calling that. Now we could put a test battery in here, actually. Let's do that. Should we do that like we did before? Put a test battery in here, see if the thing powers on. Yeah, let me do that. I've seen that with a bad power management chip. We can just plug that in and it will go. So for science we'll do that, or for clues. So here we go. We got our, this is actually M18 battery, but it doesn't matter because M18, M16 boards are the same boards. They just are different size chassis. Okay, so there we go. 18-inch battery and a 16-inch machine. Crazy Nate on the case. All right. So let's see if this thing powers on, see if we get keyboard backlight. Look, did you see that? We got a light, bro. We have no RAM in there, so 1, 2, 3. 1. That's a 3, 1. Wait. Do it again. All right, that's probably a RAM error. Let me just put RAM in there. Battery's unplugged, machine is off. So what we're doing here by doing the battery test with it is that if it is a power management chip, we have the power management chip is in charge of charging the battery and also creating the main power rail, but it's allowing the current to flow from the charger. But if it's not there and it's partially shorted or blown or whatever, sometimes it's just like, oh, the battery voltage will work. It will just send the battery voltage around and doesn't care about that the charger voltage isn't there. So that's why I always test this stuff here. Okay. So So we have RAM in there now. Power light. Okay, that's staying solid. Nice. It's a kind way of bypassing. That's why it's always good to have a charged battery for every machine. So if you're a repair shop, you need to buy one battery for every laptop that's ever been made, since if you work on everything. Okay, get right on that. That's a good reason why I should only work on Dells, because I don't want to have to buy stuff for every machine. Okay, it's going to take a little while, I think. Is it still on? Is that it? Is that all we got? So maybe it isn't posting, but we are getting some signs of life. Let's just say that. And it's off. Yeah. Okay, well, at least we'll just take that as a symptom, right? Or some sort of clue, and that's it. We don't have to wait for it to post, because it may take a long time for it to post in the first place. Because it's hard to, we're not going to get the power meter because it's not plugged in, so we can't see that. The keyboard backlight's not even on. I don't know if it's messed up or frayed wires or got plugged in properly or not. The thing's turning back off. But at least we know we are getting stuff getting somewhere. Has Dell ever made a model laptop using NiCad batteries? Well, back in the Dizzy, yeah. Back in the old 90s. 90s at 9. Yeah, they had lots of NiCad batteries, I think until the C series, I think, was the first one that they started using like lithium ion batteries, or lithium, yeah, I think they were ions. Dell has the battery, wait, but what am I saying here? My brain just short-circuited. Did you see that? It was like, but has the battery some charge on it? That's a good question. I would say yes, because I use it all the time, but at the same time, I could say no, or I don't know, because I don't know for sure, conclusively. Can you DIY a battery connector to a PSU? Probably. Probably. I mean, it would power the machine, but it may function weird because the data and clock lines wouldn't be set up. But yeah, it's only 3 wires, more or less, because there's like 3 pins for positive voltage, negative voltage, and then you have a data clock, and then you have a is present line, which is tied to ground. So you'd hook up the 4th one to ground. So, that'd be interesting, maybe hooking a battery analyzer to it and then having it inject voltage in like it's charging, because then it can actually communicate with it. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I think I've seen Soren do that, where he injected voltage on the battery connector to turn the board on instead. I feel like I've seen him do that. I've never done it before. Don't forget the RAM. This 8 gig module. Where did you learn to repair laptops? In school? No. Learn by doing. I learned by watching you, all right. No, I am self-taught, but I've always been into just electronics. I didn't get my first computer until I was 18 or something. 17, 18, 19. I don't remember what it was. But I started working in the computer store when I was 19, after I was digging in their dumpster and fixing computers. And then they hired me as their technician, even though I didn't know anything, but I thought I knew a lot of stuff. And then I started my company when I was 21. So I started this place when I was 21. And learn as I go. That's it. Everything. I didn't even graduate high school. So if you have passion, you will learn. That's how it works. So if you watch these videos, watch my videos, watch Joey Does Tech, watch NanoFix, watch JFix, watch Soren's Electronic Repair School. You can watch Northridge Fix if you want. Watch Northwest Repair. There's so many channels. Lots of communities. Wish you could get a job like that now. 5 years of repair experience for $15 an hour. I know. That's hard. I mean, I pay more than that for my techs. And then they get good commissions off the stuff, off the labor at least. It's hard because the repair is a racket, or it's not a racket. It's a grind. Repair is a grind. So that's the problem with it. Right now, it's like it never ends. Right? It's a circle where you're constantly having a lot of you're having to interact with customers, and then you have some that are easy, some that are hard. It's not like a Jiffy Lube place where you're just like changing out certain parts, or you're just changing oil or something like that. So like, sure, yeah, if they were all like thermal paste change out, you'll make some money. But if you're having to actually diagnose and fix things, sometimes they take a lot longer than you think. So even if you think it would take 1 hour to fix, a lot of times it takes a lot longer than that. So, all right, the motherboard is out. So everything looks fine here on this base. And the area of the board we're going to look at is right here. Unfortunately, we probably have to take the heatsink off, but we will see. So I just want to look down here quickly. I think I can see a burn. Yeah, it does look like a burn right on the edge there. How difficult was I? Well, the engineer's back. How difficult were you? So on Wednesday, we refurbished his laptop to pristine, brand new 2026 standards, like it was manufactured in 2026, even though it was made in 2015. How difficult was it? Well, it took 4-something hours to clone your drive, and then it took another good amount of time to actually get the Windows 11 installed, but it is up and running, and the machine looks very nice. So if you haven't seen that stream from Wednesday, go check that out, people. It's pretty interesting. You mean I have to think? Dennis, you have to think. But a lot of repair is all critically thinking, right? Ah, there's no thermal paste on here. Did they say that? Well, he was smart enough. He knows that I was just going to go in there and change out that chip, but yeah, no thermal paste is on here. What I always try to say, like, so when we have, like, you know, you're working on these machines, we're collecting clues like detectives. So you're either going to be like some sort of like, you know, detective that's trying to solve a crime, but you're trying to collect clues of like, has somebody been in here? Has these screws been marred up, right? So we're like taking those little details, but we're trying to paint the big picture. You know, this one, we figured out, oh, we have voltages, we have the main power rail voltage, but we have it powers on, the power light comes on with the battery. We don't know if it's all the way charged or not. But he did point out that we have a power management chip issue, and I can definitely see it burned right there, yeah. So here's our power management chip. This chip has a hole in it. Well, holy, holy, holy. So this chip controls the input MOSFETs for the GC jack, which are, where are those things at? They're right around here. They're right here. So they control these. So there's going to be a pair. And then this is also the battery charging MOSFETs that charges the battery. And there's a current sense resistors it's monitoring, but this also outputs a 5-volt VDD that powers other chips that start the whole board up. So let's take this guy off and get it replaced. What direction do I want to do this? We'll face it this way. Sometimes you got to pick which way you want the air to blow, and you don't want to melt things. Do you want to measure things ahead of time? Or we already know this is bad. Sometimes people are like, I want to see if there's a short in that area. I'm like, well, I'm sure it's shorted because we have an issue here. So pin 1, pin 20. So this is our VDD line, I believe. This is our ACOKs over here. Yeah, so our VDD has 157 ohms on it. This should be a 5-volt out, and we wouldn't have 157 ohms on a 5-volt out. You want me to drill the chip? We drill it. I want to drill it. I want to drill it. There you go. Drilled it just a little bit for you. We'll just put some Bondo and call it good. It's an O-tercell with a hole. Intercell hole. It's a vortex. We should, you know, am I copying out by not repairing the chip? I'm repairing the board by replacing the chip, but I should be fixing the chip, shouldn't I? Nice drill hole. I'm going to drill your hole. Alright, let me heat that up just a little bit. We'll add some flux to it. You're at 44,000 feet. Nice. 560 miles an hour. Where are you headed to? Persian Gulf. Watching the live stream. All right, and the power management chip is out. So it's a 9552AH. Let's grab a new one of those. Brand new. 9552AH. These are actually legit Mauser chips here, or DigiKey. What are they? Can't tell. I think that's a DigiKey number on there. So we don't have to worry about it being counterfeit or inferior. All right. So I'm just going to prep the chip before we install it. Nine five two two AH is always hot. You know, it does get warm. It gets in the 30s. I don't think it gets much hotter than that. Maybe 40 at most. Time to drink a green drink was orange. I need some green drink. I need some green drink. Stop saying legit Mauser or DigiKey when you obviously sourced it from Soren's box. If you guys don't know what Soren's box is, you guys got to watch Soren. So he's the electronic repair school on YouTube. He's the Romanian guy from Transylvania who does board repairs and such. He's such a funny guy. But he has this box of parts that are just a bunch of chips, and he calls it his box. And he says everything is brand new in it. He pulls it out. He's like, this chip's brand new. Look at this brand new chip. And so Soren's box of chips, you know, it's a classic. It's a classic. All right, so we just want to tin these pads, make sure we have a little bit of solder on it. And then that way we have something to adhere to the board. You mean 3v3? Where are we talking about 3v3? 3v3? I can't see where pin 1 is. Where is pin 1? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's right there, actually. I think I nailed it. All right. Let's go ahead and do it. 7-hour flight. Hey there, Red. How you doing? Don't let the chip tell you where pin 1 is. I just need to manhandle this raw dog this in place, huh? Get in there. We're raw dog in repairs. Are you doing a raw dog flight to the Persian Gulf? It can't be because you're watching me. There we go. The guy is installed. Soldered. I soldered it very good. Soldered it. I'm very good at soldering. If it blows my mind that all the nearby chips don't just blow off the board. I mean, you'd be surprised the surface tension of that solder. Doesn't it sound weird when I say it? When I'm trying to say it correctly, it makes it sound even weirder. But yeah, the surface tension does really well. A lot of times, the only chips that do kind of blow away sometimes is going to be the big diodes, like those right there. It depends on how much solder is on it. It sounds better when I say solder, doesn't it? It just sounds better. Solder. See? Solder. Not solder. Solder. It's a little creepy when you say it like that. Because you're telling me to say sold her. Like, sold her. If I say it like that, that is creepy. I didn't sell anybody. You guys are nuts. You're making me look bad. Okay. Is that fixed? The board fixed? Can we go home? Salter. We can do that. I would say sold her. Oh, so you separate the with the her, no hers. But sold her is the name in the files. Nate, your name is in the files now. AI has caught me. No. Okay, what do we do now? Do we just assemble and test, or we need to do something? Let me do it on the bench. Sometimes when I do it on the bench, it's not as exciting whenever we do it for real, but I just want to make sure it does power on. I got flux on the other side of the board. Darn it. Dadgummit. Okay. Voltage injection time. Man. All right. You tell me where. Tell me where. Tell me the magic spot where I can inject voltage right now and it would actually get hot. The CPU? All right, so I plugged in a DC jack temporarily. And I want to get under the thermal camera and just kind of see what gets hot. We want to see if we start pulling current. We want to see if the CPU, GPU come on. We want to see if we start having some good stuff going on. So GPU, CPU, chipset, VRAM. What is that? Dus Sote is Franc. That's right, you are learning German. I don't understand it. Cannot compute. All right, so you ready? I'm going to plug it in. 3. Oh wait, chart though. I'll put the chart up there. Spike, where are you at? There we go. Spike. Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right. CPU's on. We have the GPU on, and we can put some bacon on the chip there. We got it up to 96 and unplug it. So 100 is my limit on that. But we were able to get the power on, so that should be good. What else do we need to look at? Anything else before we reassemble? I think that's probably working. So we have 2 different ways of looking at this. We can say it's good and just we can put our PTM 7950 on here, do the fan mod, put it back together, or we can think it's not all the way good and put our thermal paste on here and do a partial reassembly and test and then have to take it back apart and clean it up. I think it's probably going to work, so I may risk it. No liquid metal, but we're going to put PTM on here. So usually the rule of thumb is don't put PTM on there until you know it works. But temporary test or partial, it's fixed. It's fixed. I mean, it seems like it's fixed. It's not going to post. No. Okay. All right. So most people are saying partial. All right. All right. So I'll tell you what. We'll put some thermal paste on here, just to turn, and then we'll put the heatsink on. We'll post it. If it posts, then we'll take it off. We'll put some PTM on here, and we'll do the fan mod right here, and we'll be good. Right? We have time for that. Okay. Cheap thermal paste. Let's do it. Got it. You didn't want me to waste my PTM. Like it's growing on trees. I just had to order a bunch more of it. Love the divorce joke. No! Concurrence. The concurrence is very strong with this crowd. Yeah, it looks like toothpaste coming out, except it's not white. Gallium in liquid metal form is $300 per kilogram. So that means I should collect all of the liquid metal I'm removing from all these machines and sell it off on the black market or the gray market. All right? Crest Ultra thermal paste. And it has a whitening effect too. It doesn't only keep your laptop cool, it whitens too. Do not plug your fan connectors in backwards, people. I keep having people do that, and they cram it in there, and not only do they mess up the connector, but then they short out the EC chip, and I'm like, gosh, now I gotta fix the EC chip too? Find better toothpaste. No, I don't want to brush my teeth with that stuff. Oh, I hate this. I have to take the battery out in order to get these connectors on here good. No more yellowing plastic. Fixes it once and for all. All right, I have to pull the battery out because these cables are so tight. There's not much area for me to work. The 17 or 18-inch model, I can just leave the battery in. Glad I didn't plug your fans in backwards. No, sir. Did not want to have to start over on that. Believe me. Come on, get in your home. Get in your home. Well, I could tell the person who took this apart knew what they were doing. They didn't do anything crazy. And they knew exactly which component was bad. Oh, he said there was a short somewhere else. That's right. You remember? Did he say that a short on a resistor? What did he say? We didn't think about that. We didn't compute that. What was it? Liquid metal, blah, blah, blah. Fragments removed. Needs a chip replaced. Made diagnostics on cap 1. Seems to be shorted. Oh, part. Okay, so yeah. So they're talking about on the power management chip. So it's just a cap connected to the power management chip, was obviously shorted. So that would resolve it. Yes. He said he doesn't have hot glue. I actually have a hot glue gun. I'm out of the glue itself, but I have a hot glue gun in my drawer over here. So I could do some hot gluing on something. What do y'all want hot glued? Uh-oh. Darn it, Captain. I forgot. There's a cable underneath the motherboard here. I gotta pull this back out, sorry. Let's see if I can get to it. See if I can reach the cable. Darn it. Engineer, you don't want to work on a screwed-less laptop like mine again? A screwless laptop, yeah, I know. The less screws, the better. But it screwed me more than screwed me less. But his laptop only had 0 screws holding the motherboard in. I had a lot of other screws, but... Okay, gosh, this takes too long to test, people. Dell compression tech. Okay, like if I could skip all this, I would be so happy. I feel like this slows down everything, trying to get things back together when I'm talking to you. Okay, no tools required for this reassembly. Where we're going, we don't need tools. So I'm just going to put a couple screws in here. Use gum to keep it together. Wiggly, jiggly, giggly. Oh, we slowed you down? Chat does not slow me down. Chat makes me faster because they make me remember things on the way there instead of on the way back. So I do appreciate the chat. Okay, we're good. All that's in there. Plugging in the battery, plug that in, okay. All right, so we don't think this is gonna work, right, people? That's why we put heatsink compound on it. We don't think it's gonna work. Plugged in, we are pulling some current there. We don't have any RAM. See? Like I said, chat makes me faster, not slower. So battery's unplugged. And why did you run out of glue then, bro? That's the question. See, I knew it. I knew somebody would finally figure it out. You're kidding, right? You're getting distracted over all the Star Trek and Star Wars working. That's what it really is. All right, so we are pulling 60 watts. So this thing does a CMOS reset, usually sits around 60 watts, and then it will jump to about 120 watts when it starts charging the battery at the same time. And then once we get to a 200 watt spike, we will see a splash of the screen or flash of the screen. It may say Alienware, it may not. and then it should post right after that. So let's give it about, I don't know, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The battery is going to be low on voltage because it probably hasn't charged in a while, but it might start doing pre-charge current and you might get it to jump up. I have no idea. Chad is like your wife reminding you to do everything you forgot. Yes. Yes. And there's a lot of backseating in the chat, which I think is kind of fun anyway, but I'm so used to it, right? So used to it. I've been married for 20 years. So, you fixed a broken laptop. Testing is the confirmation of concept. Easy pizza. This would be, I would probably put this in the easier pizza content area, you know, if it's like he had already taken off the liquid metal for me, that makes it easier. He had already kind of pointed out what it is, that makes it easier. All right, we're up to 70 watts. It's moving a little bit. Nathan glued another laptop. No! What do you think blew the chip? Now that is the question of the day, but I think it's just, I mean, it's the power management chip, so it has a lot, it runs hot in general, but it charges the battery and runs the laptop, so a lot of times they burn out. I don't know. There's a lot of them burn out. On this machine, I've changed out plenty of them. Okay, I saw the flash. You see that little spike up there? And it should be right after this, we should get the screen. The fans aren't on yet. If it was the AMD version, the fans would be on full blast right off the gate, but this one, it doesn't do that. Lead Farmer, 34 years you've been married? Wow, 20 years. No wonder. No wonder Nathan stays late to work. We have a picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. All right, so this one is turning on. We will need to run all the diagnostics on it, but luckily we'll have to take this thing back apart again to put the PTM 7950 on it and to do the fan mod. And a lot of times I do it on a different day. Well, did I save it? It went away. We had a picture. There it is. Okay. It's going through the whole startup process. It's basically testing different things. It turns on the backlight at one point. It turns on. So basically these machines start up, it takes so long to start up because now they have like a lot of error codes, and so they can tell you kind of more granularly of what is failing, right? What's bad. I have a lower wattage charger. I only have a 240 in here. I can plug a 330 in if we want. The memory has changed because I only have one stick in there versus two. The battery's critically low, and the date and time. We have all the messages in the world all there at the same time. So let me go to diagnostics. I want to see if the battery's charging here. We call that picture? I'm calling it. All right, granularly. It's such a hard word. Words are hard. We got a new donor board member. Welcome, Mikey. Welcome aboard to the donor board member club. All right, the battery is at 0% charged, but we do have 500 milliamps going into it, so it is bringing the voltage up. You can see the voltage now is at 10 volts. So once it gets up to a certain level, I think closer to 11 is whenever it will start saying it's 1%. But we are just kind of working our way up here on the voltage. See 10.2, 10.07. So we're just working that way up, and then we should get 1% on there. But it will always start at a lower charge current when it's trying to wake the battery back up from being very, very low. So this battery is probably okay because it is in excellent condition. So I'm not worried about like having to change that out. It's not poor condition, so it's probably going to work fine once we wake it back up. At a decade yourself. All right, congratulations there, Jack. I found a way to sneak it back online. Ooh, Gritty's welcome back, Gritty. The old Gritty. Let's see if my coffee's still warm. Coffee's still warm a little bit. So why doesn't Dell not use a heat sink on these? On what? On what thing? The actual power management chip? They don't get that hot, but they do get warm. I mean, we can look at how hot it is right now with it charging. It's not charging at full amps though, so I guess we would wait until it's charging at like, you know, 3 amps or 4 amps or something like that. But I don't think it needs a heatsink. I don't think it's that hot. This is the moment when Soren pumps up the battery with additional current. He literally does do that, actually. He's like, let's go ahead and bring the power supply. Let's come with the power supply. Let's come with the power supply, and then he'll like make the voltage jump up. Like it will get there. 47 years for you there, G1. Good job. Congrats, man. Is that half your life? Which, hopefully it's more than half your life. They don't consume real power. Yeah, they don't, except that on the battery charging portion, well, I guess the VDD, it produces voltage there, so therefore it's probably getting hot from that. I'm eating ice cream right now. Whew, I want some ice cream. Sounds nice. Lithium-ion batteries charge fastest when between 20% and 80%, which is that's its happy place. It's 20%, 80% charged, which is in the 11.2 volts to 11.8 volts or something like that, or 12 volts, somewhere around there. Passed away after 28 years. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that there, Russ. All right, so I think we're good on this. Let's go ahead and we have a little bit of time. Let's just go ahead and do our fan mod. I don't usually do this on the stream, but we might as well while we're here. And we'll just hang out. I'll chat with you guys while we do this. So the gist of it here is we have this machine gets hot in this area on the DDR5 power rails, and this area gets really hot. And this fan, I'm just going to open up the back of this fan, and it will allow the air to kind of blow through here. And it blows kind of in this area, and it keeps us so much cooler. So, you know, it'd be interesting is to do a before and after, temperature-wise. That might be interesting. But it's going to be hard to kind of measure that. I mean, we can do it with a thermal camera, but then it will you get false readings everywhere else. So, but while we're doing this, y'all can ask questions. I'll try to read that while I'm kind of messing around with this at the same time. But we're just going to, because I want to wrap this up, I'm going to put some PTM 7950 on the CPU and GPU. We're going to do that fan mod. It doesn't take me too long to do that while we're doing this. So, MOSFET burns your finger when charging near the battery on your Lenovo, and it may. I've seen that, like on the X14s, they actually have a heatsink on their battery charging MOSFETs. Only 50% of the viewers like this. I'm wondering how many people, I'm sure everybody has subscribed that's actually watching right now, but can you confirm that? Make sure you're subscribed or following the channel on Twitch. I've added a new stick of RAM, unplugged my battery, and forgot the power cord, and everything is still good. Well, that's good. If you can unplug the battery with it on, I mean, not with it on, with it power in there, because as long as the machine's off. So as long as you didn't just shut the lid to turn it off, then you can do that. So that's what I always say is, like, even the screen, you can unplug the screen with power in the system. I could go like this and unplug the screen. You just unplug it straight and fast, and you could plug it in straight and fast. The problem is whenever you cockeye it is when you start blowing out things. So that's why you just shouldn't do it. But there's been plenty of times I've actually done it or had to do it over the years. YouTuber subscribed there. It took a lot of work to get here, to get there, to get wherever. 900 plus people, only 37 likes. We have a lot more than that. We should have a lot more likes than that. You might need to refresh the page to get the actual like value there. Should be a lot more than that. 557, there you go. I usually like to have around 800 before the stream's up. So if you haven't done that, just go down and press it. Minimize real quick. If we get 800, then it starts making more people pop into the stream. That's usually what ends up happening. Yeah, play it safe and you don't hot plug. But as for changing that RAM, you can do it with it plugged in. It's not a big deal as long as you know that it's shut down. You know it's not pulling any current. It's not in like sleep mode or still storing power in there. Like you shut the lid and it's storing the operating system state in there. You're still only seeing 37. That's crazy. All right, so there we go. And you see, I don't know if you noticed how much I put on there. Every time I fight with some of my employees about this. I'm like, when you put heatsink compound on there. You don't need to cover the whole thing, and you don't need to put like piles of it. You just put like a dot. Like usually this chip I might do like an X, but it's going to be kind of small. But I just put like a ball in the middle. And this one I did kind of a line, and it still ended up being too much. So you can overflowed, and you can see how much more is on the outside. Overflowed on the outside. But if you look at, I look at some people are just like putting it on there, thinking they need to put so much on there. So let's see if I can get this cleaned off. Thanks for the follow there, Baba. All right. We probably have new people to the stream again. I always reiterate this, but I do these streams twice a week. So if you are enjoying this one, the next stream is going to be Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central Time. Remember, I don't look at the laptops ahead of time, so I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. And the chat doesn't know what they're getting into with me either. That's the fun thing about it. Draw an X marks the spot. On the bigger chips, you do X marks the spot. So I do a line and an X method is what I call it. But so you do a line for the GPU or CPUs usually, if it's a laptop CPU, and then an X if it's a GPU. And if it's a desktop, you mainly do X's, I would think. 2070 and a 2070 Super, that doesn't work. What are we talking about? It doesn't work on those? Yeah, oh, you can't put a dot in the middle on those. Yeah, because the 2070 Super, yeah, I'll show you, is this one. So here's a 2070 Super chip compared. So it's big, so you can't just put a dot in the middle, really. You're going to have to put an X across here, like that. Still here. You're still there. Everyone's still here. 606 and 907. All right, Collab might have had a downgraded GPU. That's what I heard somebody say that. I don't know about that because I gave him the same motherboard. I was 100% that it got the same chip on there. I saw that on there though. So I don't know because the chip that I put on there, or I sent the donor board, was the same chip. He originally thought it was a 2060 chip, and then I was like, no, it should be the same board. I mean, it had the same chip number on it, which was, I think, I'm trying to remember what it was, a N18E G2R, I think, or something like that. The R is the Super, and I'm pretty sure it had that on there. So I don't know. Actually, I have that machine. I can go grab it. We can boot it up and look. It's a good question. If anything, there's really all we could do because his original one was bad, so it was a little bit of a downgrade, I guess, if you went from a Super to a non-Super. But sometimes you can only get what you get, and you don't get upset. Here, let me go grab it. I'm interested now to know that. All right, let's see. So here's the laptop from the collab video that I did with Northwest Repair. Well, he reballed the GPU, but he couldn't reball the original GPU because it didn't work. And so he had to use one from a donor board. And yeah, G2R, that's what it was. So I remember it being a G2R. And the G2R MPA1. Oh. So there's a G1R and a G2R, but they're both 2070s. So which one's, the refresh is why they call it Super, right? That's what the R is. Let's see. Strangely reminded me of people pronouncing calcite. Oh, calcite. Let's see. Okay, we've got this opened up here. You're right. Look at that. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, sorry about that. I mean, I'm not charging him for the GPU, so I guess he got a deal, right? Because it's like if he had to buy a 2070 GPU replacement, then that would cost a lot of money. So I'm just charging him for the actual labor. So I guess you get what you get and you don't get upset on this type of situation, right? Because you're saving a bunch of money in general. But yeah, you're right. It was only a 2070. And I don't know what you originally get. This thing's getting 100 frames per second at 1080p with Furmark. It's better than a dead chip, yeah. Definitely faster than a dead chip, I would say. So the customer will say, "Where's my laptop?" Yeah, I haven't talked to him yet about everything because it came in late in the week. Okay, enough with that. You know, I was convinced that I sent him the right thing. I don't know how I missed that. Nathan's buffering. What? No buffering here. No buffering for you. Let me do the fan mod before I put this PTM on here. Have I done a fan mod on here before? Can't remember. I did a video on it. So we're just going to pull this fan off or we'll do it. Have I done this on the stream? I don't know. I can never know what I do in front of these cameras. I stuttered. Is it when I walked away? All right, so we take the fan. Take the fan out of here. So here's our fan. And the plan with the fan is to try to open up this area right here so it blows this way, okay? And so what I usually do is I take a razor blade. I did a few of them. Wow, okay. I guess I have done a lot of these. All right, so I'm just gonna mark it with my razor blade and I'm just gonna cut it right there. Like that. I'm just scoring it. And I'm gonna score it right there. And then I use my side cutters to snip it. But I want to snip right on that line, but I'm going to snip about halfway so it snaps. And it'll snip this way. And that's it. And then it comes right off. Boom. So now we have fresh air to breathe. Just like the previous model that actually had air blowing in on the inside. But they decided not to do that on this model for some reason. Actually, I need to see if the rest of the fans are clean underneath here. I fully buffered now. I'm not having any drop frames on my side, so I don't know what to tell you, people. I don't know. You guys want me to drop my bit rate down, all the way down? I'll start streaming at 480p. 480i. We'll go interlaced instead. Looks good to me on my end. All right, fans look okay. They don't look too bad. Yeah, 144p would be better, right? Gonna do the works. Gonna get the works on this. Back in the 2000s, 144. Put it in potato mode. You watching 480 anyway? Over your bandwidth? 480 is gorgeous. I remember 480 looked really nice. I remember when 1024 by 768 was the thing. Boy. Whenever I got a monitor that did 1024 by 768. And then you got one that did 1280. Whoa, mind blown. 1280 by 800. And you had to have a special card that would run it. Special video card that run a special monitor. You're watching 720. I use nails to hang pictures instead of using adhesives to minimize the chance of dropping frames. I swear you must be a comedian. Dell spends hundreds of thousands on thermal management. Seems they have really dropped the ball on this one. Yeah, this machine, you know, they offered this machine with a 4090 in it, and it's the 16-inch, but now they stopped doing the 16-inch and 4090s. But they originally offered a RTX 4090, which is crazy for a small machine like this. And I don't know. Yeah, I agree. The more I work on this machine, the less I like it. Because I didn't have a problem with it, but now I'm seeing like the newer machines. I have a video coming out that's the newest Alienware Area 5118 teardown, and then like a re-thermal pasting and stuff, just so we can kind of check out the thermals on it. And it's nice. It has 4 fans on it, but they're nice fatties, big fat fans. I like fatty fans, don't you? And so the cooling system on it's really good. Doesn't have any heat. So, love the dad jokes. You have a dad joke book? Is that what it is? Watch Nate soldering Nate. The thermal throttle king, basically. You almost have to thermal throttle them in order to keep the temperatures in range. All right, let me blow this now. You're on your 3rd unit, that's awful. Oh yeah, plug your ears. Sorry. I usually warn you on that. Your video started buffering again? Is it whenever I walk away? Good here, okay. Oh, what time is it? Oh yeah, we got only a few minutes. Dell should improve its repair tech like yourself when designing the new. Oh, they should actually involve, like, yeah, involve a repair tech. That makes more sense. But are they that smart? Do they care about what other people say? Probably not. Because it's not even Dell. I feel like these are all like third-party companies, you know, that are out there. You know, Compal or whatever. You know, the ODMs that are actually building these things. So it's kind of not relative to what Dell's even saying. It's like, I got a laptop. This is our new model we're designing just for you. You're deaf now. No, I'm sorry. I know. I'm supposed to warn you on about that whenever it gets too loud. So PTM 7950, it's a phase-changing sheet. What I'm doing is just use my fingernail to kind of make the shape by scratching it on there, and it makes a dent, and then I cut it out to that size. It was only buffering for you for a little while. I don't even know why it's buffering at all. Okay. Remember when 128 megabyte hard drive was enormous? I remember my dad got a 5 megabyte hard drive on his Mac. It's a long time ago, but that's when everything was booting off floppies, you know? So you can see right here that we have a little bit that's not actually covered in that corner. This is going to spread out. You can actually make it smaller. It doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal, but and that's the little piece that came off. So whenever we put this on here, it's actually going to spread and kind of overflow across the edges. So you can make it a little bit smaller than it. It's the same thing as like thermal paste, because there's always going to be overflow. I generally like to make it a little bit bigger, but that piece happened to be kind of the right size, almost exactly the right size. So it ended up being a little bit smaller. 5 megabytes, yep. We worked on a machine. What was it was an older machine. What was it? I don't even remember what it was now. The 320N. That 320N, didn't that thing have like a 20 meg hard drive in it or something? Baba, thank you for the Prime sub. My 1995 IBM had an 80 megabyte hard drive. I think my toaster has more than 5 megs in it. You know, you are right. 5 megs is nothing. You remember when it took a long time when you're like, oh man, that file's 5 megs? You're like, that takes forever to download 5 megs. And then now you're like, you know, 5 gigs. You're like, oh, I can download 5 gigs, no problem, you know? I remember downloading ISOs, like a 600 megabyte ISO, and thinking like that was going to be crazy to be able to download that. There we go, finally. It's hard to get the film off sometimes. The 28K, 28.8 modem. Always retro after the first day and break. You know, it's like all this retro stuff. I think we need to do another retro live stream because it's been a while. It's been a little while. It's only 47 floppy disks. That'd be cool if we could find an AOL original install disk that they used to mail out. Because if you're not old enough for this, AOL used to mail out these disks, these floppy disks, and you were paying by the hour at first or minute. Where is it, by the minute or hour? It was a lot, whatever it was. Use your dial-up modem, and you would have to pay. I think it was by the hour, but which is basically by the minute. It was like $4 a minute or something like that, or an hour. It was crazy. All right, so that's done. Let me fold this back over. Yeah, it was like 100 hours free. Oh, and then what was that one? It was 50 for free, 100 hours for free with the CD. Well, that's whenever you went to CD. Well, what was that one? It was like ZeroNet or something like that, and then it had ads all over it. Okay, I'll sponsor your retro live stream. All right. Well, thank you for that, their engineer. Well, I need to get a retro device. Maybe I'll try to find another old something. I might have some older machines that we can work on. Because I have a 96 machine over there. Net Zero, that was the Net Zero, yeah. So that one was so weird because you're like installing that, and then it's almost like a web portal. It's its own browser and allows you to connect to the internet through its browser thingy. And then it had ads all over it. And so it allowed, so you got free internet. I remember a friend of mine went to UT, University of Texas in Austin here, and so all the students got free dial-up accounts, and so they had given out their dial-up account to everybody. So I had their dial-up account for years, and I just used that. But I mean, internet was slow back then. Hello from the UK. Hello. We are wrapping up. Let's see if this thing works here. Dot matrix printers. Beep, 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 beep. I'm going to add the other stick of RAM too. We're going to plug in with the 330 watt charger, and then we will call it a day. I think we're good on that. 386 and 486 with the early 90s. America Offline. Who still has their America Online email address? That's the real question, people. Because I know people who've never wanted to get rid of it. FanMod, I did it. FanMod's done. You missed it. That's how fast I was. I do. Okay, Bits still has his, or Biz still has his. I do, and it still works. Like, I have a Hotmail from 1996. That's the oldest email address that I have was 1996. But it was a Hotmail one. When I was stationed in Japan, 56K modems in the only 80 hours of the time for $35 a month. So you had a limit, but it was kind of a flat rate. You have a Yahoo. Todd has one. AOL. 30-year anniversary. My old Yahoo's from 1994. That's pretty old right there. 1994. Yeah, the internet. When was AOL mailing out those discs? Do y'all know? Can you look that up and see what time that was? Because that was, I feel like that was like in the early 90s, right? 94, 93, 95. Because Windows 95 came out in 94, correct? It was like the year before. They just called it 95. And that's when 95 really pushed their Internet Explorer and all that stuff, right? Like trying to get people online. 94, 96-ish. So yours. Correct. Okay, yeah. So that's what I was thinking. Why does this not want to sit right? So that's whenever like the internet really started kind of pushing itself out or getting mainstream, is when people were getting Windows 95, which was a little more user-friendly to the everyday person, I feel like, the way that the UI is. August of 1995 is when Windows 95 came out. That's crazy. I would have thought it came out earlier than that. My mom had it AOL in 1995. Netscape on CD at Best Buy for $19.99. Netscape was the best browser, wasn't it? DOS 6.0. Did you go to university to learn electronics or self-taught? Self-taught. Did not go to, I did ITT Tech though, so I guess that counts as that something. So ITT Tech was a technical college that taught old electronic stuff, but so I learned basic electronic stuff from that, but that's not what taught me to do any of this stuff. But all right, motherboard is installed well enough. Start me up. Here we go. Let me plug in a 330 watt so we get rid of that error. 330 watt, 2 sticks of RAM, PTM, fan mod. We should have no errors on this one. I was at ITT in Tampa, Florida. All right, well, now got a fellow ITT person until they went out of business for defrauding people. They were all basically retired, like military people that are teaching, and so they didn't teach very well. So you're self-taught too. Yeah, I mean, if you have passion for something, you're going to learn. That's the way it works. So 1,000 watts. No, 1,000 watts. Yeah, 330 watts is what this laptop requires. This thing may have a 4090 GPU in it for all I know. The startup song for Win95, well, that was the song right there. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it was very long. And I always think it's funny when you shut down the computer, it's like, it's safe to now turn off your computer. I was on a Vista laptop. Oh, Vista was so bad. Vista and ME were the two trash operating systems, right? And 8, right? Or 8.1. It's like every other. Every other. Data Control Institute. I haven't heard of that one. Who was AOL's main competitor in the UK? That's a good question. Engineer. Hey, a fellow National City ITT alumni. I thought I caught up in the shutdown. Finished ECPI University. Interesting. All right. So, but ITT went out of business. Oh, you were caught up in the shutdown. Oh, so you were actually going there when they shut down. Ooh, that's crazy. Interesting. Yeah, so when I went there, it was only $24,000 a year. I mean, not a year for the degree, so $12,000 a year to go to ITT. And then whenever I was by the end of it, they were charging like 50 something. And then I knew someone who went there, and it was like almost $100,000 for that degree that doesn't do anything. The BRI is basically the same thing. Yeah, the BRI was very similar. And those degrees, you can't. They're not transferable. Maybe you can get hired in at some electronics place, you know, a fab or something like that. because we had like a Selectron, or like a lot of these chip manufacturers were buying stuff. Schlumberger, we're getting people from there, just hiring straight out of there. You still have your laptop from 2001. It's an Asus and it still works. Wow. It's all for school loan scam. That's right. It's all a school loan scam. I got out with $8,000 in student loans and then worked that off pretty quickly. And it was actually in 08, the interest rates went down so low. I don't have the battery plugged in, I don't think. Do I? Nope. The interest rates got so low, it was like down to like 2% interest rates for my student loans. But I ended up just paying it off. My business was doing good enough, and so I just paid it off. Come on, plug in. Okay. SNL did a skit on similar to Jerry Rotful. What's that? Oh my gosh, these are hot. This heatsink is hot, bro. Strange days. Here we go. There we go. The Army paid off your student loans. Whew, man. But you also paid the price, right? That's usually how that works. You have a Dell. You have two Dell D630s with Quattros. You know, those D630s were solid machines. D600s. What is ITT? ITT Tech was a technical college that was all the rage in the late 80s and early 90s, or even through the 90s, where they'd have these commercials all the time. It's like, learn electronics and teach da-da-da. And it's like showing you the future is here, blah, blah, blah. And I remember as a kid, I used to watch those commercials and be like, I want to go there so bad. So it's kind of like Radio Shack. It reminds me of Radio Shack. Cyber, thanks for that there, Cyberflake. All right, battery wasn't installed, but it is now because I plugged it in. These heat sinks are hot. They're so hot. And it says the battery's not installed, but I just plugged it in. So our CPU is at 86. It maxed out 86 for the internal temperature, or the whatever you call it, the high temperature reading, 86, and 72 is the regular CPU temperature. So that all looks good. And the battery should be charging now because I plugged it in after the fact, but we are running at 200 watts right now, 10 amps. So, and that's good. I mean, the temperatures look great for what we just did. So I'm gonna turn this guy off and we'll just put it away. And I saved another laptop. I guess I should do the wrap up on that. All right, let me do the wrap up. That way, in case I edit this down to a video. All right, so this was a good one. So this one came in. Now the customer said that the power management chip was blown, so we were able to go kind of straight there. But when we pulled it apart, we saw that we had the heatsink compound was already taken off, which was nice, so we didn't have to deal with taking the liquid metal off of there. We changed out the power management chip. Now everything's working. It's charging the battery, which was completely depleted. And then we installed new PTM 7950 and did the fan mod on this. So this laptop should stay nice and cool. The temperatures are looking good. So I'm glad that we were able to save this laptop. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this one. And thanks for watching. Saved another laptop. Okay, there you go. All right, that was just a little wrap up in case I used the footage for a video. Anyway, so anything else, guys? It's 10 after. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes that I've been streaming here. And, oh, and it's going to be a holiday weekend. I'm going to go home and maybe I'll cut the lawn, mow the lawn and relax a little bit. So do you guys want to ask any questions? We can hang out for a couple more minutes. Not a big deal if we want. Anybody who needs to take off, they can take off. And but I always like to give people a chance of being able to ask more questions. I appreciate anybody who came out, and I love, thanks for all the donations there. Is it real or is it fake? Do I have one? Let me think. Is it real or is it fake? Ooh, I don't know. See, I try to get people to give me stuff whenever they find stuff that looks a little bit suspicious, but they don't always do that. It ends up just kind of getting put away. So, is it Sunday? Today is Sunday. Yes, it is. Today is Sunday. Retro for one. Follow up for the next one. Okay. So we will see, and next Wednesday is our next stream at 6 p.m. Central. So you guys don't worry about that. I'm going to enjoy my day off tomorrow for sure. Thanks to Gritty. Pork butt has stalled at 150. Keep talking. Okay, so we have a little bit more time because Russ is still cooking his pork butt. Lawnmower repair live stream. I need to get some of those smart glasses, whatever they called, meta glasses or whatever, and then that way I can stream whatever I'm doing. That would be easier. Great stream, great time. Thank you there, Greg. Enjoyed the stream. If everyone in the United States is having off tomorrow for the most part, I'm assuming, because it's Memorial Day, so hopefully everyone enjoys that. You're watching Indy 500 at the same time. Multiple screens. You got Crazy Nate's Repair Adventures, and you got the Indy 500. I know, I'm crazy. Okay, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. It's a Sunday. I actually picked up some ice cream, so maybe I will have some ice cream today. You're making me think of ice cream. Santa Claus says the answer is 42. Isn't that from the that movie? That's the movie that you're having me watch right now. I'm actually watching The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I haven't finished it yet. I don't watch movies all in one run, so, but I can tell you that it's different than I thought it was going to be. I didn't know it was a comedic. I didn't know it was more like Spaceballs or something like that. It's pretty crazy. So I'm getting a kick out of it, but I watch it in parts. So, and Zoe Deschanel's in it, so gotta finish it. Gotta finish it. Oh gosh, so long. Thank you. Thank you, Sinan. Have fun. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for helping. Sarcasm is the high in that movie. Yes, it is. The main character. You know what it actually reminds me of? Avenue 5. Did y'all ever watch Avenue 5 on HBO? It was the cruise ship in space. It was so hilarious. Yeah, that was good. Thank you there, Kalua. Watched the entire stream. You did it. You made it, Nick. You think Hugh Laurie was great stuff. I wish they made more than 2 seasons of that. I would have totally kept watching that. But MOSFET says it real or fake segment. That's what I need to do. I need to dig through some more MOSFETs and see if they're real or not. I need to get with my buddy and see if he can tell me how to tell if something's fake or not. Because I don't know if he's doing tests or if he has like a way of like, I don't know. I'm going to message him after this actually and take some screenshots, or at least take the scene from the video and send it to him. Sorry. So let's see. The Hitchhiker's Guide. It's just a crazy movie here. The altar called Red Dwarf. Love the book. I haven't seen that one. The ship has its own gravity. Corpses collapse. Yeah, because it starts all the. The ship goes out the back, or outside, and it starts circling around it in the orbit, and then they start sending out bodies that die. This is Avenue 5, by the way, and it starts orbiting. It's just ridiculous. The whole movie is show is so funny. So if y'all haven't watched that, y'all should check that out. Avenue 5, I think it's on HBO. I think it is. How much does it? Wait, how much to install such keyboard? So keyboard is like an install is just $79. Find a P-type MOSFETs. I never have P-type. I had to dig forever to find a P-type. I think I might have one P-type, and it's a tiny P-type, but most of them are all going to be Ns. Look at the sanding marks on the MOSFETs under the microscope. So it does look like sanding marks, doesn't it? It looks like they took off some of the layers, right? So it just looks very suspicious. Is it this one? So you see the lines? It totally looks like it's been sanded or grinded. And so I don't know if that means they just took some other one and then printed that on there or something. So that's what we're talking about, as being like a fake MOSFET. So pretty weird, people. Pretty weird. The date codes look at the manufacturing stamps, and if you bought a 50 MOSFETs, they all should have the exact same code. Okay, Michael. Oh, Mikey. Let's see, Mikey. Let's see what we got. You guys are really getting me now. All right, so I have a big pile of them here. So let me pull out the plethora I have here. So I have a couple reams of it. I don't know if I bought them in multiple batches or not, but so the date code here is a 3021, 3021, 3021. Let's look at these 21s. I don't know if I bought 50 at the same time or what. So here's an older ream of it actually. So look at this one. So this is one from a separate batch, okay? This is a separate batch, and it looks legit, bro. It looks legit. So this is the holder, but yeah, the top of it looks good. It actually has a full indent on there. Why are people scammers? So here's another one I'm going to pull out of this ream. Yep. Total fakeness. Total fake. OMG. You guys, you guys, you guys. Oh, okay, can you see the pitting? Where's my freaking pointings? Oh my God, I'm so mad at this. All right, is it real or is it fake? Today on Is It Real or Is It Fake, did I buy fake MOSFETs from AliExpress? Now, both of these came in separate batches. This one on the right has sanding marks, and it has a weird divot here. And this one on the left has an actual indent, which actually is concave. And the writing is actually printed on here. This one, I guess this is printed too. Now, the sizing of the fonts are different. I'm just adjusting my polarizer. I don't know why this one actually has some sort of texture in here. It's probably because it was sanded. What do you think? You think it's because it was sanded? Like, this is in manufacturing, this pit. This is not in manufacturing. Oh, Nelly. You can see that these are different sizes too. These little tabs here for the pins, they're actually different sizes. And let's flip over the other side here. So the real one's going to be on this side, and the fake one's on this side. This one almost looks sanded on this side too. What does that mean? It just almost means, it almost looks like it's like 3D printed lines too. So if I turn polarizer on, you can't tell, but polarizer off, you can see these lines here. Maybe you can. I don't know. They're both fake. Fake, 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 fake. Okay, so let's get a legit one from a machine. Well, I don't know if they're... So that's the fake one again. So here's a B02 N03 that is from a regular machine. And to me, this looks the same as this one. Those look very similar to me, right? They have the pit here, but it's a different size for sure. Although this one could be fake too, it's just different. Oh my gosh, you're messing with me. You're messing with me. You gotta be kidding. Laser engraved versus 3D printed. Can you test them in diode mode? Oh yeah, we can. We can test them in diode mode. Okay, let's do it. Let's turn it on. Diode mode engaged. Toll, the adventures of Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension. Or the 8th D. Really? Is that something I need to check out? Because I don't know about that one. I don't know. Here, I'm going to save that because I'm not familiar. But I got that bookmarked. Is it made of wood? Is it? All right, I wanted to kind of explode this now. Can we? How much current can we inject in here? All right, so this is the one that's supposed to be okay or real. So we measure there. We got 0.48. Can y'all see that? Okay, 0.48 that way. So flip around. We got nothing, and then we're gonna go gate, and then now we're gonna come over here. It's shorted, which is correct, because when I touched here, it turned on the gate. So now this is shorted on, and if I go this way, it's shorted on. Now if I touch here, it should turn it off, and then if I come back here, it's off at 0.52 now. So the charge that we have in there is 0.52. And then if I want to measure across here, I just want to see if we have anything. And we're not getting anything here, but that either turns it on or off. So it's on. I mean, it's off right now. If I touch here, now it's on. So all these are passing through. It doesn't matter which direction I go, it's shorted. And if I touch here, that turns it off. There we go. So that one's working. 0.52, is that good? Seems like the right amount to me. And so let's get one of these cray ones. This one looks crazy. All right, so here's the other fake-ish one. I mean, this one looks realer than the realest fakest of them all. So that one's off at 0.47. That's kind of what it was at first. We touch here, and then now it should be shorted. It's shorted. Flip it. Shorted. If I touch here, it turns it off. Then come back over here. It's off, but it's 0.47. All right, so we're down to 0.47. Now if we do our real one, right, which was, I mean, it's a different chip though is the problem. Most fake MOSFETs have a low current value. So lower than so it'd be like in the 4.7. Is that lower? I mean, it's definitely lower. But let me see if I have any real, I mean, they should all be quote unquote real. Cray, fake. Why do I say cray? I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. All right, let me move this out of the way. Let me see if I can find another one. That's a fake one, you can tell. Fake. Okay, so this is a real one from a motherboard. So this one's 0.47. And if I touch here, shorted, flip it, shorted, turn it off, 0.47. All right, so the fake one, the fakest lookingest one, is the one that measures exactly the same as this real one, more or less real one. But it could be that they're taking these lower end ones and then turning them into the higher end ones. Although this one is a 100 amp one, so I don't know. I don't know. 0.7 is typical for diodes, but it varies on the chemistry. Well, let me see if I have an in channel, because that's off of a board, so we know that one's legit. Too legit to quit. Okay, here's some DigiKey. Well, these are Aeon chips, because DigiKey doesn't carry the EM chips. They only carry the Aeon. It's a usual scam. Take cheap parts and relabel them as higher end parts. That's basically what I think is going on here. Even the edges of the real ones look sharper on the pads. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I don't know about either one of them. I mean, one of them looks better than the other, obviously, but this one still has a little bit of shaving looking stuff on the bottom too. But it's definitely thicker. So it's like Alpha Omega. I always call it Aeon, but Alpha Omega because it has AON on it. So, but here we can measure an AON or an Alpha Omega chip because I have some brand new DigiKey ones here. Do you even have a component tester? No, I don't have a component tester. I mean, unless my meter can do it. We could solder it on and just send a bunch of voltage through it. Why order from AliExpress when you can use Mauser or DigiKey? Because they don't have them. That's why. I order all my chips from Mauser and DigiKey except for ones I cannot order from Mauser and DigiKey, and then I have to order it from AliExpress. So so they don't carry any of these EM chips at all, or at least the ones I need. So this is the brand new Alpha Omega right here. So the footprint's a little bit different on these. Wait, Nate's still here? Yeah, I know, I should be leaving, but we were just messing around with some stuff. All right, so we got nothing here. So we got shorted on, shorted on. So I'm going to turn it off. That's off. 0.53. Okay, so that's our way we're going here. So 0.53, and then turn it on. So now it's on. Check it. It's on. Turn it off. Check it again. 0.53. I only order from Ali because Mouser and Digikier have the same importing costs in South Africa. Yeah, and Mouser, I love it because there's a distribution center right next to me. So if I order, I can order like 4:30 in the afternoon, and I'll get it next day, and it's just for ground, UPS ground. It comes every day, like the next day. So I love it. So I don't know. Okay, substitutes are even better than fakes. So, I mean, I could try experimenting with some of the other brands, putting other brands on there because I know I can get those legit. But this one was like only an 85 watt in channel, so it wasn't the 100 amp. Send the fakes. Wait, send the fakes, and I'll test them and make a video. Okay. All right, I'll send you some fakes. Sounds good. All right, we're gonna pack up here because I gotta go. What time is it? Oh yeah, it's already 1:30. I've been here for 4.5 hours, people, on a holiday weekend. Look at this mess, too. You made mess. This watch, I made a mess. Okay, so anyway, we will call it for the day. I want to appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming out and hanging out with me. A lot of people did hang out for most of the time, and we still have quite a few viewers. If you are on a holiday weekend, 3-day weekend, enjoy yourself. Take tomorrow off. Get by the pool if it's hot in your area. Thanks for all the donations to the stream here, and Buckaroo Banzi was pretty cool. And enjoy your drinks. Mods, thanks for being here. Premise is here. Premise, thank you, Premise. Did you just get here? I didn't even notice. JFix, how you doing, buddy? I know that you were here earlier. But anyway, thank you, everybody, for coming and enjoying yourself. Hopefully we had fun with our whatever shenanigans. We kind of fixed 2 laptops. Yeah, we fixed 2 laptops. Third one is a bad chipset. Maybe I'll change out the chipset. I don't know. Anyway, appreciate each and every one of you, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop.